Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Monday, January 15th. I'm Megan Gilland. Happy MLK Day. Hopefully that means some of you can enjoy the day at home with family, maybe stay out of the weather because we're expecting our next weather maker moving in. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhard timing this out for us, and Wyatt, it involves snow.
Yeah, we noticed driving in, right, Megan? There is a light snow coming down. The problem is, first thing this morning, the roads are way below freezing, so this will stick quickly. You've got to use extra caution and give yourself extra time as you head out early on this MLK Monday. We're talking about snow-coated roads. Now, not a lot of accumulation this morning. However, we will look for a second round from this storm. You see all the way back into Tennessee here? Yeah, that's our afternoon and evening round, and that could actually bring a couple of inches of accumulation. That's why we have that winter weather advisory up beginning this afternoon for the entire Baltimore region, for all of central Maryland. That's going to continue into the late night hours. Look at this. Temperatures below freezing across the board in Maryland. So, yes, that snow sticking pretty easily. A lot of the roads pre-treated, but not all of them. Definitely not all of them. Look for a little break in the action midday before we get that afternoon round of snow. We'll talk more about that in a cold January outlook coming up.
Oh boy, all right. Wyatt, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Lens Solar Traffic Network. As we take a look outside, some people saw a few snowflakes a little earlier. Right now, looking pretty quiet out there as we look around the Beltway. Again, hopefully on a holiday, federal holiday, this will keep some people off the roads today. Today does celebrate the birthday of civil rights leader Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Just 4 days after King's assassination in 1968, U.S. Representative John Conyers introduced legislation for a federal holiday to honor the fallen leader. However, the first national celebration of MLK Day did not take place until 1986, after years of advocacy. In just about 30 minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with information on the events happening today in honor of MLK Day. Some services we know will be closed in observance of the federal holiday. The United States Postal Service will not deliver mail today. Most non-essential government services like libraries and city offices will also be closed. Major retail and grocery stores like Target, Walmart, and Costco, they will be open. FedEx will be open, but with some modified services.
A caller reporting shots fired and 2 black males are running across Glenwood to a thin build over pointing all black.
This morning, Baltimore County Police are searching for suspects after 2 teenagers were shot in Essex. That shooting happening at a busy intersection yesterday afternoon. People in the area telling Fox 45 News they had to duck for cover. Baltimore County Police say the 2 teens sustained non-life-threatening injuries. This comes as frustration continues to mount surrounding juvenile crime and what some are calling a lack of action from lawmakers.
We've got to get a handle of it. 2023 was totally out of control when it came to juvenile crimes. We still have to send the message that young people have to be accountable. And we have to figure out, based on the crime that's being committed, if it's a very violent crime, then that has to be addressed. And you just can't let them go.
In a state's attorney roundtable hosted by Fox 45 last week, some of the panelists sounded off on the Child Interrogation Protection Act. They want lawmakers to take action in Annapolis. The law states that police cannot question children without parental approval and an attorney present, designed to protect children's rights. But Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy argue the law hinders investigators.
If the parent wants their child to just tell the truth, why can't they? I really think that we're putting parents in just a horrible position to say, we want to hold you accountable for your child, but you can't even hold your child accountable to you.
One of the things I always hear Senator Jill Carter say, poor black and brown children. We're saying, do black and brown children, poor black and brown children, or poor white children, or individuals who don't have the financial means, don't they deserve to have a lawyer sit next to them? Because God forbid all of us, our children would have lawyers sit next to them.
Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis following every step of this year's legislative session over the next 3 months. You can watch all of her coverage on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court this week for her second trial. These charges relate to false statements on a loan application surrounding her purchase of vacation homes in Florida. It is possible Mosby and her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, will testify this time. She did not testify in her previous trial on perjury charges. Federal prosecutors claimed that Marilyn Mosby failed to disclose the $45,000 tax lien on her home in Baltimore when she bought the 2 Florida homes. Fox 45 News spoke to attorney Jeremy Aldridge, who was not associated with this trial. He says it could be difficult to prove Mosby's innocence if she doesn't take the stand.
It's very difficult to imagine how you could present that testimony through just Nick Mosby when it's her signature on the document, or else she'll be left exactly where she was before, and that's with no story to tell the jury. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for a jury to buy, given just her complexity as a public figure.
In November, Mosby was found guilty on those 2 perjury charges. She faces up to 5 years in prison on each charge, but will not be sentenced until after the conclusion of this second trial. Jury selection begins tomorrow, Tuesday, and the trial begins Thursday. People are voicing their concerns over the plans for Harbor Place in Baltimore's Inner Harbor, why they are opposing the current proposal that's in place. And brace yourself for chilly temperatures today. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart tracking our next weather maker that is bringing snow to our area today. And before we head to break, we've got to look at your Len Stoller traffic network, taking a live look at some of our cameras around the region. Quiet start here this morning. 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
All right, keeping an eye on that next weather maker. We're getting a taste of it early this morning. A little burst of snow for the metro area. The bigger system is out toward the Tennessee Valley. That's moving up into Maryland as we go into this afternoon and tonight. That's why we have a winter weather advisory, not just for Baltimore, but really all of central and western Maryland until the overnight hours, really until first thing Tuesday morning. A couple inches of snow. It's all going to stick. Temperatures staying generally below freezing all day, and especially later on tonight. We'll have more on the system coming up.
Boy, all right, Wyatt, thank you. Looking ahead this morning, in just over a month, the Baltimore City Council will begin hearings on the $500 million redevelopment of Harbor Place. However, new voices are emerging opposing the plan that's on the table. The group called the Inner Harbor Coalition says they have multiple concerns with the redevelopment, including the new high-rise apartments and offices that would be built around the harbor. The coalition says it is considering pursuing an alternative referendum for city voters to weigh in on the issue or even legal action.
All of us were shocked by this monstrosity of a project that we had no idea was coming down the pike. One goal is slow down the process, don't railroad it, don't steamroll it, step back, think about it, think about what we're doing, because this is too important for the future of Baltimore City.
One of the developers for the new Harbor Place project, David Bramble, responded to the opposition, writing in a statement, quote, "Ultimately, the people of Baltimore will have a vote in November on whether they agree with our vision or not. Competing ballot questions does not change that fact." Mayor Brandon Scott also responding, saying it is understandable that people want their voices heard and the city will provide opportunities for community input on the plan. He also criticized the group, though, pushing back on the plan, saying they are not providing a viable alternative to improve Harbor Place and that they lack the vision to improve it. Well, today the Ravens will find out who they'll be playing this weekend in the divisional game. After the break, the Purple Pride events you can take part in ahead of the much anticipated game.
It is a new report confirming not just that early detection saves lives from breast cancer, but I'm Liz Bonus. We share what else it may mean when it comes to women's health. It is just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the outrageous demand from Mexico's president and the billions at stake. Our Washington insider joins us to discuss the controversy this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. A health watch for you this morning. A new report adds to a growing body of evidence that yearly screening for breast cancer saves lives. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares what researchers have discovered.
Hey there, everybody. This report came from Epic Research, which is a health analytics firm. The results confirm prevention specialists say yearly versus every other year when it comes to breast cancer screening does make a difference.
It's another kind of check in the bucket for more frequent screening.
It's all because when you do yearly screenings, especially in those who may have early risk for breast cancer, Dr. Rebecca Beasley says,
when we screen more frequently, we have the opportunity to intervene earlier, and early intervention is typically key to good prognosis.
What's interesting about this report, however, was that the women in the study who had yearly breast cancer screenings didn't just have good prognosis with breast cancer. They had a 17% lower risk of death by any cause compared to those who had those screenings every 2 years. Jenny Dermody, who we met up with recently at this mobile mammography drive, says she knows what a difference that early detection can make.
Mine was detected. I had surgery in January, finished radiation in March, and I am cancer-free.
As for why death from all causes may drop in those who get early screening, Dr. Beasley says we don't know, but it could be that those who are health conscious about detection are also health conscious overall.
Are they more likely to be physically active? Are they more likely to follow a Mediterranean diet? Or what else are they doing that might lower that risk or that potential for mortality or death?
One focus now that could also add years to women's lives: precision medicine, which helps with family history and genetic testing that is personal to your own health risk. It could help you put a prevention plan together and find out if you should start yearly screening earlier than age 40. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
All right, Liz, thank you. In your Sports Unlimited coverage, the Ravens and the rest of the NFL are still waiting for the wild card round to end due to massive snowstorms in Buffalo Saturday, the last AFC wild card game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Buffalo Bills. It was postponed until this afternoon. Kickoff now scheduled for 4:30 p.m. So, what does this mean for the AFC playoffs and the Ravens? Well, the Flock will host the lowest seed remaining in the divisional round, either Saturday or Sunday. If the Steelers win against the Bills, the Ravens will meet Pittsburgh for the third time this season. However, if the Steelers lose, the Texans come to Baltimore for round 2. Well, while we wait and see who the Ravens will be playing this weekend, the team is hosting several events leading up to kickoff. And coming up on Wednesday, January 17th, you can head to Lot D at M&T Bank Stadium and get a brand new Raven Eyes logo stenciled on your car. Fans will also get some giveaways from the team, Safeway, and M&T Bank. Again, that's happening from 6 a.m. until 10 a.m. Then, on Thursday, the official Ravens playoff pop-up shop returns to M&T Bank Stadium. That store will be open from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. each day, and fans can park for free in Lot B if they decide to go. Then it is Purple Friday Fuel Up. This is from 6 a.m. until 10 a.m. at Jimmy's Seafood. You can hang out with the morning crew at 98 Rock and meet some of the Ravens legends, cheerleaders, and lots of amazing giveaways there. If you'd like to see a full list of events, just be sure to head out to our website at foxbaltimore.com. Now, before we get to all that fun next weekend, we've got our next weather maker here today, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, timing this out for us.
Sure.
Kids don't have school today, but tomorrow this could be impacted.
It'd be interesting because we're just getting a little burst this morning, just enough you can see on radar, making it kind of make it a hazardous drive, because if you don't slow down and you hit an untreated surface, then you can spin out very easily. So just keep that in mind. Road temperatures are in the 20s this morning, so anything that falls sticks. And there's that burst right along the I-95 corridor as we speak. So this is really just I'll call it the opening shot of this fairly minor winter weather system. But when you say minor, basically we're talking about the slick roads being a concern, and all it takes is one spin out, one accident, and it's not minor at all, right? So this will not be a huge accumulation event, maybe a couple inches tonight, because the main system and the moisture with it is still out in the Tennessee Valley. And so this gets in here this afternoon and evening. So actually, traveling this evening probably worse than this morning. Certainly we'll have more snow around, and as a result, that winter weather advisory kicking in this afternoon for not just Baltimore, D.C. and the 95 corridor, but the northern part of Delmarva, northern eastern shore, all the way out into western Maryland, West Virginia, with winter storm warnings for this system. So, yeah, there's going to be a couple inches of snow around, and it is going to make things slick on those roads. A very wintry week here in Maryland, setting up after what has been a very mild start, really, to the winter season. But that is not the case this week. You can see that light snow coming down here over the inner harbor. It's light, but it's enough to make things slippery, to say the very least out there. 25 right now at BWI with snow being reported. Feels like just 19 degrees with that wind chill factor. Visibility 1 mile, PWI. That's from the snow coming down. And right now, look at these temperatures all around Baltimore, mid-20s. So the point is that any surface untreated sidewalks, you could slip and fall. It's just going to be a slippery go to start off this MLK Monday. No question about that. Not a lot of wind to speak of. And as you plan out your MLK Day, definitely plan to dress warm. Wintry cold conditions, a little burst of snow this morning to make things slippery. Then the main event arriving late this afternoon and into the evening hours. So it's an early burst, makes things slick, then more afternoon and evening snow. And then we're talking about even colder air coming into the mid-Atlantic for the midweek. So by far the coldest air of the season does arrive as we go behind this particular storm system. We're going to get a shot of some of that colder air that's out in places like Iowa right now. Take a look at this. You can see, again, a couple of little rounds of snow already making their way into the state. Big picture on the weather map here. There's our area of low pressure. Not a powerhouse storm, but it's just because things are already so far below freezing, everything that falls very quickly sticks. So we have to watch for that. Keeping that additional round of snow feeding into the state. This is 4 o'clock. See how it picks up? That continues into tonight. And we don't really clear it out, I think, until the early morning hours tomorrow. So it will be a snowy start to your Tuesday in terms of snow on the ground. And look at that Arctic blast. That is one frigid map out there, and you can see temperatures at and below zero for much of the country's northern section. We're going to get the edge of that air mass, and that's what's going to really make it colder around here for a couple of days into the midweek. 7-day forecast for you. Snowy, slick Monday around here, then morning snow left over on Tuesday. That'll clear quickly, but you got to watch for slippery conditions early Tuesday. Look at these temperatures dropping into the teens overnight Wednesday night. That is one major shot of cold air, and it looks cold whichever day the Ravens play. It's going to be a cold weekend here in Baltimore. It looks like whichever team ends up coming in, they're going to face a cold M&T Bank Stadium. Back to you.
The first votes in the race for the White House about to be cast here in Iowa, but there are some weather complications and a couple dramatic developments when it comes to the polls. I'm Scott Thuman in Des Moines. We'll have your complete coverage coming up.
In your election 2024 coverage, former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is throwing his support behind Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, ending any speculation about Hogan launching a third-party campaign. He says that Haley is the right person to give Republicans the best chance in November.
Nikki Haley's got all the momentum, and what this race is really all about is to try to nominate the strongest possible nominee for November. It's time for the party to get behind Nikki Haley.
Hogan's endorsement comes just one day before the Iowa caucus, as one Republican candidate is about to take a massive step forward. Chief political correspondent Scott Thuman is in Iowa, and he's bringing us up to speed.
Bone-chilling temperatures, absolutely. Will they be a factor? That's to be determined. I spoke to one couple who said the cold may not be what keeps voters away. It could be the candidates.
Leading up to a freezing Iowa caucus, many GOP candidates feel like they got the cold shoulder. Only 3 candidates in double digits, and former President Trump way on top.
I am not going to be a dictator. I'm going to manage like we did. We were so successful that the country was coming together.
Chasing him, and polls showing them far behind, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley.
On issue after issue, I've stood in there, I've fought for people, but I've won those big fights. And that's what we need to do again as a country.
You deserve an America without drama. You deserve an America that's better than whether you have a couple of 80-year-olds running for president. You deserve better than what we've got.
The final Des Moines Register poll, considered the gold standard, released Saturday, shows Trump way ahead of the pack with 48% support. Haley above DeSantis by 4 points, and businessman Vivek Ramaswamy is at 8%.
In recent years, Iowa hasn't been a great predictor of who will wind up as the nominee, but it can make or break campaigns.
It's not just about where you finish in the Iowa caucuses, it's about where you finish relative to expectations. Even if DeSantis or Haley or Vivek Ramaswamy can pull off a massive upset, that doesn't guarantee that it's going to be an earthquake that forever changes this.
Remember, Joe Biden came in 4th place here in Iowa back in 2020 and went on to be the nominee. And Ted Cruz beat Donald Trump here in 2016, and we all know how that turned out. So yes, this seems a lot more predictable this time around, but Iowa does love to deliver a surprise, so we'll have to stay tuned. In Des Moines, I'm Scott Thuman.
Very interesting. Scott, thank you. We'll continue in coverage now on the war in Israel. A somber scene in Tel Aviv here as Israeli residents mark 100 days since the initial Hamas attack. Hundreds of people calling for the release of Israeli hostages still being held in Gaza. In Washington, D.C., thousands of protesters demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza.
Stop killing children! Stop killing children! Stop killing children!
Some demonstrators held signs reading "End the war on Gaza" and "Let Gaza live." Others criticized President Joe Biden's staunch defense of the war, as well as U.S. financial aid for the Israeli government. Among those speaking were several Palestinian Americans who spoke about the impact Israel's war is having on their families.
My family in Gaza has been killed, has been wounded, has been taken captive by occupying Israeli forces from their own homes, and has been displaced. But I'm standing here before you today to tell you and everyone in Gaza that we will never, ever give up on you.
Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin echoed those demands, calling for the release of 130 hostages still in Gaza. He says Hamas must allow organizations like the Red Cross to have access to hostages and refugees to help them work through immense trauma caused by the war.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, January 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we are weather alert, or actually we are looking to our next weather maker, I should say, as we have snow moving into the area today.
There were flurries coming into work. We've got meteorologist Wyatt Eberhardt looking at the forecast.
Yeah, ladies, I think it's actually kind of both. I mean, we have a little bit of a concern this morning with slick roads. especially overpasses, elevated areas, you know, they freeze up first. And you can see the radar is indicating pretty good little band of snow now, right on the 95 corridor from Bel Air to Baltimore, all the way back down into Columbia and Silver Springs. So we're going to continue to see some light snow for another hour or two early this morning. And then even people heading out, once that snow ends, will find slick roads. Then this is our main event. This snow back into the Tennessee Valley, tracking towards Maryland. So that's why all shaded areas in purple. I mean, it's go Ravens, but it's also a winter weather advisory this afternoon and tonight. Look at this cold map in Maryland. We're way below the freezing mark of 32. That means everything falling this morning sticks. Everything that falls later today sticks. Could be a couple of inches before it's all said and done tonight. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoler traffic network here, we've got a live look around the Baltimore region, and you can see some of the snow that some people saw out there on the roads this morning. No issues to report here at this time, but again, remember, we've got more snow coming later today. In Annapolis, Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown is proposing a law to go after gun manufacturers. He plans to push for a public nuisance law holding gun makers responsible for gun crimes.
Political analyst John Deedy calls that plan a distraction from the state's real gun issues.
It draws attention to the gun problem, but it doesn't solve the problem. That's an easy target to basically say, hey, we're going after this. No one's talking about, maximum sentences for carrying and things like that, and doing other penalties that would discourage gun use.
Deedy says it is not likely the proposal will get any traction, and if it were to become law, it would be immediately challenged in court.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, Baltimore police are investigating a deadly shooting that happened on the Jones Falls Expressway. According to BPD, 27-year-old Christopher Lee got into an argument with a woman while they were in a car driving north on the JFX. Police say that Lee shot the woman after the argument. The woman was pronounced dead when police arrived at the scene right near the Chase Street exit. Lee faces charges of second-degree murder and is being held at Central Booking.
An update for you this morning. According to the Daily Mail, the president of Johns Hopkins Health System and the dean of medical faculty are apologizing for a newsletter written by the university's chief diversity officer, Dr. Sharita Golden.
That newsletter, we first told you about this on Friday, outlined privilege as the diversity word of the month, defining privilege as a set of unearned benefits given to people in a specific group, singling out groups like white people, men, middle-aged people, Christians, and people who speak English.
After an outcry about divisive language on social media, Johns Hopkins leadership issued a statement saying the newsletter's definition of privilege runs counter to the values of the institution. Golden apologized for the language used in her letter.
Today celebrates the birthday of civil rights leader Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Just 4 days after King's assassination in 1968, U.S. Representative John Conyers introduced legislation for a federal holiday to honor the fallen leader. However, the first national celebration of MLK Day did not take place until 1986, after years of advocacy. In just about 30 minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with information on events that are happening today in honor of MLK Day. Well, some services will be closed in observance of the federal holiday. The United States Postal Service will not deliver mail today. Most non-essential government services like libraries and city offices will also be closed. Major retail and grocery stores like Target, Walmart, and Costco will be open. FedEx will be open, but with modified services. Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court this week for her second trial, topping our next half hour what we can expect to see happen in court. This morning, in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News has obtained surveillance video from a deadly shooting in Pigtown, making it the third homicide in 2024.
The video shows two suspects enter a barbershop along Washington Boulevard, at which point people begin scrambling and ducking for cover inside that shop. Seconds later, the victim attempts to run away before the suspects open fire and kill him. A barber inside the shop says the violence is hitting just too close to home, and he hopes that lawmakers do something to get the illegal guns off of city streets.
How are they getting in their hands? Where are they coming from? Why are they so easy access?
Will be joining us live this morning with more on a town hall taking place to address crime in the city. In fact, we're going to check in with her right now. Shannon, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan. Yeah, tonight's town hall is being put on by the only Republican that is currently vying to be the city's next mayor, and his name is Donald Scoggins. This is a photo of him right here on your screen, and he says this meeting is going to focus on enhancing neighborhood and community safety overall through a new initiative called the Community Crime Prevention Program. Now, we don't have a whole lot of information on that initiative right now, but we're going to pull up some information that we do know here on your screen. Scoggins claims that the initiative will help empower residents, leverage technology, and foster collaboration between law enforcement and community members. And he's calling on you to be a part of this by coming out to tonight's town hall and giving your input. So if you do want to participate, we've put the details here on your screen. The town hall is happening from 6 to 8 at Emmanuel Baptist Church, which is located at 2300 Reisterstown Road. And again, Scoggins is calling for community feedback here. Meanwhile, calls for change are growing louder following a shooting that happened here in Essex over the weekend. So coming up in the next 30 minutes, we'll hear from another candidate vying to be the city's next mayor and her thoughts on how to tackle the issue of juvenile crime. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:10 this morning, we are tracking the latest attacks by Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with the very latest on this. Taylor, what are we hearing?
That's right. Rebels fired a missile at an American destroyer on Sunday, but thankfully the U.S. was able to shoot it down before doing any damage. Now, this latest escalation comes as 1 week after Houthis launched their largest drone strike since the start of the conflict. Now, Houthis say their assaults are aimed at stopping Israel's war on Hamas in the Gaza Strip. On Friday, Washington and the United Kingdom launching a second retaliatory strike after launching an initial battery of strikes on Tuesday, although it is not yet clear this morning whether the U.S. will retaliate for Sunday's Houthi attack. Taking a live look now over the White House this morning, where President Biden says he, quote, will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and the free flow of international commerce as necessary. As of now, we're waiting for more details out of Washington or the Middle East. We'll bring you the very latest here as we monitor all that is going on here in the Red Sea. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Well, happening today, we are celebrating the birthday of celebrated civil rights leader Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with just some of the events happening today in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, good morning. There are lots of events happening today in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., including the annual Baltimore MLK Day Parade, which is starting right here behind me on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and North Utah Street. The parade starts at noon, and several roads will be closed before, during, and after the parade. You can see that sign there, warning of that. Now, there are also several other events happening. There's the 11th annual Peace Walk happening today at St. Bernardine Catholic Church, which is also starting at noon. United Way of Central Maryland will host nearly 100 volunteers at 10 to create warmth kits, mental health kits, and no-sew blankets as a way to honor MLK Jr. with a day of service. At 1:30 today, a mural will be installed in the Cecil Kirk Recreation Center, which will entail words of positivity, encouragement, and affirmation to uplift the youth and, of course, honor Martin Luther King Jr. Finally, mayoral candidate Wendy Bozell will attend a mayoral forum being held at the Friendship Baptist Church at 6 tonight. That forum is also in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So as you just heard, there are lots of great events and days of service happening today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and For more information on road closures because of this parade, you can visit the Baltimore City Department of Transportation website. And of course, if you are planning on attending the parade or any of these events, you want to make sure that you're bundling up because as you can see, it's currently snowing out and quite cold. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. If you're going to any of the MLK events happening around the city today, you can share your pictures and your videos with Fox 45. Just scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload all of your pictures and videos. And this is all powered by Stakla. Quaker Oats taking additional steps in consumer safety. Why they're taking off more of their products from store shelves.
The entertainment industry facing heavy layoffs this year. How many people could be laid off from Pixar? 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
We have a recall alert for you this morning. Quaker Oats is expanding its recall to include additional products that may be contaminated with salmonella.
Last month, the company recalled granola bars and granola cereals. Now it's adding more cereal brands, cereal bars, instant oatmeal protein bars, and snack mixes to the list. The company says if you have any of the products, you should throw them out immediately. Quaker Oats did not say if there have been any reports of illness related to the newly recalled products. AAA says the national average price for a gallon of gas dropped 2 cents this week to $3.07 a gallon. That is 8 cents less than last month, and it's down 19 cents compared to a year ago.
Feels good. AAA says while prices are trending downward, consumers in some places may not be able to count on that lasting very long. Ice cold temperatures could hamper refinery production, which could bring higher prices in some regions. Pixar is reportedly set to slash jobs this year.
According to The Hollywood Reporter, some staffers will be let go in the back half of 2024. This could affect about 20% of Pixar's 1,300 workforce. The studio is coming off of a year of high-profile misses at the box office, which saw underwhelming returns for the latest Indiana Jones film, The Marvels, and the animated film Wish. Snow squalls reaching across our region on a frigid Sunday afternoon, popping up from Baltimore County to Carroll County to right here in the city. And you could see just high winds were ripping around those flakes yesterday, as many areas are seeing snowfall for the first time this year.
Well, take a look at this time lapse. This is from our Towson camera. Man, you can see that storm moving in and out within a 2-hour window there. And this morning, here we go again. We've got some snow already falling across our region. This is what I think why it was calling the first punch of this little system that we're getting today.
That's right, Megan. I call it this is the early morning jab.
Yeah.
And then the hook comes later tonight, right, Patrice? So
I was surprised because I was out of the loop over the weekend. So I got in the car driving in. I'm like, oh, this is snow. And I saw all the brine lines down in preparation.
I didn't see any snow in, so this was quick.
Yeah, no, it's a burst. It's still going on, and the problem is it's so far below freezing right now that everything falling is sticking quickly. Now, those brined areas, pre-treated roads, they're doing better, but remember, not every road is pre-treated, not by a long shot, and all it takes is to just take one corner too fast, and you're talking about a spin out, you're talking about an accident, so just use extra caution, take your time. Should be less cars on the road this morning, logically, with the federal holiday, but many of us still have to get somewhere, and you're going to need extra time and really watch out, not just for the slick roads, but frankly for the other guy, right, that just drives like it's a normal sunny day, which it is not by a long shot. And you can also see more snow out here north of Knoxville and Nashville. This is kind of the second round. This burst this morning, which could put down like an inch easy. That's not really the main event. The main event is this afternoon and evening. That's when the winter weather advisory kicks in from the National Weather Service. You see just how wide-ranging that advisory is. New York City, all the way back west into Roanoke, and out toward West Virginia, it's winter storm warnings there in those high terrain areas. But for Central Maryland, a couple inches of snow tonight. When you're way below freezing on those roads, anything that's not pre-treated, you're talking about slick conditions. And those are going to continue into Tuesday morning. Even as the storm clears the area early Tuesday, you have the winter weather in its wake, right? So we have to watch for that. Look at this. You can see the reduced visibilities over the harbor. It's not a real heavy snow, but it just doesn't take much when we're at 25 degrees with a wind chill of 19. It just all sticks, basically on contact the second it hits. So again, just definitely give yourself that extra time. I mean, we're 10 degrees below freezing now in many spots. So it's just a very cold blast of air preceded this light snow system this morning. But again, it's enough to make things slick on those roads and sidewalks. Watch your step, staying below freezing right through 1 o'clock today. And then this afternoon in the evening, that's our next round. That's sort of our main event coming in this evening. So it's not just this morning, but then again this evening. Can't really let your guard down. More winter weather is certainly going to be due in. That early burst today, a little lull in the action midday, but then more snow late afternoon and evening. I think 3-4 inch totals will be possible in the wake of the system when it all gets out of here early day Tuesday. So again, it is a very winter-like setup. And behind this system into Wednesday, Thursday, you're talking about that cold air being kind of reinforced. It's not going to warm up much, that's for sure. We're going to stay in the 30s most of the week. Nighttime lows way below freezing. Talking about Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, deep freeze down in the teens. How about that? Back to you.
Well, thank you for all of you who sent us your snow video. You all sent that in to chime in. Marcella in Columbia shared this clip of flurries in her backyard.
And Julio sharing this video. This is from a gas station in Windsor Mill, where you can see those flakes that were starting to stick to the ground there. If you see snow in your neighborhood, which right about now we know you probably are, you can chime in those pictures to us, the videos as well, to foxbaltimore.com or through the WBFF app.
Baltimore County Police are searching for the person or people who shot two 15-year-olds here in Essex. Coming up, the latest in that search and the calls for change growing louder.
This week, Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court for her second trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains the importance of Mosby herself testifying this time. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
Trending this morning, a Towson alumni's custom jacket is going viral on social media.
Check it out. The customized Travis Kelce puffy jacket was worn by Taylor Swift at yesterday's wild card game. Towson Alumni Relations congratulating the alum on social media. The video that you see on your screen there has been viewed. It's tricky as we make it bigger here. It's more than 12 million times.
Yay, Towson. All right, well, if you're a fan of the show Succession, you may be able to own one of the iconic props from that beloved series. The large-sized Burberry tote that was famously mocked by the character Tom for being, quote, ludicrously capacious, sold for more than $18,000 at a heritage auction in Dallas, Texas. However, that wasn't the most expensive Succession prop sold at the auction. Roman Roy's infamous pink index cards from his father's funeral sold for $25,000.
It outdid the purse. 2 scripts written for a 2-part episode of the TV sitcom Friends have sold at auction for more than $30,000. The scripts came from the show's 4th season when Ross gets married to Emily, but blurts out Rachel's name during vows, and Chandler and Monica's romance begins. The seller was a 60-year-old former studio assistant who almost threw the scripts away.
If you're a fan of Nicole Kidman's AMC ad, now you have the chance to dress just like her. Sotheby's is auctioning off the suit that she wore in the iconic ad. Fans recite her lines, cheer, and salute Kidman when the ad plays before the films at AMC theaters, with the most famous line being, quote, somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. The auction starts later this month, and the suit is expected to go between $5,000 and $10,000. I haven't seen this.
Me neither.
Got to get back to an AMC theater. Well, now what if we told you that this sandwich bag costs more than $3,000? I'd say you're crazy. It's all thanks, though, to Pharrell Williams.
So last year, Williams was named the men's creative director for Louis Vuitton, and now he's created a high-end bag for the luxury fashion house. The clutch is made of leather in the same color as Louis Vuitton's paper shopping bag. The piece went on sale January 4th at the brand's West Hollywood pop-up store, but if you get mayonnaise on that, it's done.
Yeah. All right, well, brace yourself for chilly, freezing, cold temperatures today. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is tracking our next weather maker, which is already starting, but more is on the way.
And we're going to take a look at the snow falling on the ground and the impact to your commute this morning. Stick with us here at Fox 45 Morning News Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, 5:31. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and hopefully some of you are as well, because we are seeing snow across our region right now.
And more to come. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is looking at the forecast, and we knew about what was going to come this afternoon, but voila, look at us now.
A little opening salvo here, right? Kind of the opening shot with this wintering system. And it's enough to cause problems on the roads because we're in the mid and low 20s out there. So 100% of what falls freezes and sticks on impact on anything that has not been pre-treated. Now, the major highways, yes, they'll be pre-treated. Still probably slick, though. But the secondary roads and certainly sidewalks, etc., they are going to be very slick this morning with a coating of snow. A midday lull in the action, but you see all the purple shaded zone, basically most of the state of Maryland, except for the eastern shore, southeastern shore. That's going to be a winter weather scenario this evening as well, so we get a couple more inches in here from this system. Look at the temperature map. I mean, we're in the mid and low 20s. It all freezes on contact. We struggle to get above freezing today. A midday lull in the action. If you've got to get out and about on this MLK Day, that's probably your best bet, say between about 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., because after that we get the next round of snow. We'll talk more about that coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and we are seeing an accident on 95 northbound. The right lane is blocked, and we're talking about slick roads out there. A lot of people may not be expecting that as they head out the door, so just be sure to give yourself plenty of time this morning as you are getting up and out.
The caller reporting shots fired and 2 black males are running across Glenwood. They've been billed over.
Well, developing here this morning, Baltimore County Police are searching for suspects after 2 teenagers were shot in Essex.
This comes as frustration continues to mount surrounding juvenile crime and what some are calling a lack of action from lawmakers.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Baltimore County Police Essex Precinct with the latest on the investigation. And now, Shannon, the calls for accountability in Annapolis.
Yeah, absolutely. And thankfully, Megan and Patrice, we are learning from Baltimore County Police that those 2 15-year-olds who were shot are expected to survive and recover from their injuries. But this morning, Baltimore County Police here, like you said, are still searching for the people or person who shot them. Right now, the age of those suspects are not known, but police dispatch described them as 2 teens in dark clothing. Take a listen.
Caller said they heard 4 gunshots in the area. The suspects are black male teenagers, all wearing black hoodies, blue jeans.
I'm still looking for the suspects. I'm not coming up with anything right now.
So those suspects, as you just heard, are still on the run after the shooting that happened at a busy intersection in Essex just before noon Sunday. People in the area who didn't want to go on camera say they had to duck for cover when those shots rang out near Old Eastern and Selig Avenue. And this is just the latest incident of juvenile violence across the state. The city's first homicide victim of the year was just 16 years old. That was Carver High School student Noah Gibson. And now we're hearing from mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon on what she believes the #1 focus should be for lawmakers this session.
Juvenile crime and coming out with a definitive plan. We've got to get a handle of it. 2023 was totally out of control when it came to juvenile crimes. We still have to send the message that young people have to be accountable. And we have to figure out, based on the crime that's being committed, if it's a very violent crime, then that has to be addressed. And you just can't let them go.
Meanwhile, again, the search for the suspects in this Essex shooting continues. If you do have any information, you can report it anonymously by calling the Metro Crime Stoppers, and you could be eligible for up to a $2,000 reward for that information. Reporting live in Essex, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, Shannon, thank you. In a state's attorney roundtable hosted by Fox 45 last week, some of the panelists sounded off on the Child Interrogation Protection Act. They want lawmakers to take action in Annapolis.
The law states that police can't question children without parental approval and an attorney present, designed to protect children's rights. But Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy argue the law hinders investigators.
If the parent wants their child to just tell the truth, why can't they? I really think that we're putting parents in a horrible position to say, we want to hold you accountable for your child, but you can't even hold your child accountable to you.
One of the things I always hear Senator Jill Carter say, poor black and brown children. We're saying, do black and brown children, poor black and brown children, or poor white children, or individuals who don't have the financial means, don't they deserve to have a lawyer sit next to them?
Well, Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis following every step of this year's legislative session over the next 3 months. You can watch all of her coverage on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Happening this week, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court for her second trial.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with a closer look at the charges she is facing. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, that's right. On Tuesday, jury selection begins, and this time Marilyn Mosby is trying to defend herself on 2 counts of mortgage fraud. It's possible that this time Marilyn Mosby and her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will testify. Now, Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who's not affiliated with this case, says that it could be difficult to prove Mosby's innocence if she doesn't take the stand. Take a listen.
It's very difficult to imagine how you could present that testimony
through just Nick Mosby when it's her signature on the document, or else she'll be left exactly where she was before, and that's with no story to tell the jury. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for a jury to buy, given just her complexity as a public figure.
Now, Mosby is accused of lying on mortgage applications surrounding her purchase of 2 vacation homes in Florida. Prosecutors say she failed to disclose a tax lien on one application and then on the other vowed not to use the new home as a rental property, but did so anyway. In court last week, both sides disagreed on whether the jury should be allowed to view Mosby's recent divorce settlement with Nick Mosby. In the settlement, Mosby allegedly takes responsibility for the couple's tax lien, but since the document was filed long after the alleged fraud took place, Assistant U.S. Attorney Aaron Zielinski told the judge that, quote, it has no bearing whatsoever on whether the defendant lied on the mortgage application, end quote. And if you remember, back in November, a separate jury convicted Mosby of perjury. She's expected to be sentenced following the conclusion of the second trial. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Today celebrates the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the events that will be happening today to celebrate the federal holiday.
And we have snow falling across our region right now. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is tracking not just this one, but 2 rounds of snow today, how much you can expect, and if this could impact school tomorrow. It's 5:39 now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Well, a few flakes hit the ground in Maryland. We're taking a look across the nation at the ongoing impacts of winter storms.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with more on the inclement weather all around the country. Taylor.
That's right. Let's start off here as we look here at 83 JFX on North Avenue. You can see snow is on the ground. We are talking about a massive winter storm sweeping over the northern U.S., disrupting travel across much of the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Now, on Saturday, U.S. Airlines canceled thousands of flights, including hundreds at Chicago's International Airport. Heavy snow also drove some heavy delays at airports in Detroit, Milwaukee, and Toronto. It comes as Alaska Airlines canceled hundreds of flights after grounding their Boeing 737 MAX 9 jets after that panel, you recall, blew off a plane last week. Now, meantime, water levels on Maine's coast hitting a historic high. A swamped coastal community is already overwhelmed by a previous storm. Between 2 to 4 inches of rain fell across the southern part of the state, flooding low-lying streets and businesses. Meantime, the city of Portland eclipsed its high tide record set during the blizzard of 1978. Water levels rose above 14.5 feet above sea level, prompting rescues along the coastline. It even caused the destruction of 2 historic fishing shacks dating back over 200 years. But keep in mind, meantime, in Iowa, winter weather has its sights set on the campaign trail. Heavy snow, frigid winds swept through the state just days ahead of the GOP caucuses. In response, Donald Trump has canceled 3 of his 4 planned appearances, opting to hold virtual rallies instead. Meanwhile, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, they're both plowing through as they make some last-ditch plea efforts to voters before the start of the caucuses today. Turning back now to the neck of the woods here, where snow still on the roads here and continues to fall. Later in the show, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart will have an update on what we can expect for the rest of our day and tomorrow. But for now, that's the latest here at the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Today, the Ravens find out who they'll be playing this weekend in the divisional game. I think we already know this. After the break, the Purple Pride events you can take part in ahead of the much-anticipated game. At least we know it's Saturday at 4:30. We don't even know that.
We don't know. After the Steeler game today, we'll find out.
Okay, so I got information this morning that said otherwise, so we'll see.
This Kansas City Chiefs, meantime, in Miami Dolphins wild card game, breaking records. After the break, how many people tuned into the game? It's 5:44 on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. In your Sports Unlimited coverage, the Peacock exclusive NFL playoff game between the Miami Dolphins and the Kansas City Chiefs is the biggest live streamed event in history.
A lot of people were complaining, though, that they had to get Peacock. According to Nielsen Media Research, the game reached nearly 28 million total viewers. It peaked at an average of 24.6 million viewers in the second quarter. They look cold.
Yeah. The Ravens and the rest of the NFL, meantime, still waiting for the wild card round to end because of this. Look at this massive snowstorm in Buffalo on Saturday. The last AFC wild card game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Buffalo Bills, it was postponed. It is now happening this afternoon. Kickoff scheduled for 4:30 p.m. They had 60 volunteers in Buffalo, their fans just coming out and trying to shovel that snow to make the game even possible today.
Man, so what does this all mean for the AFC playoffs and the Ravens? The Flock will host the lowest seed remaining in the divisional round either Saturday or next Sunday. If the Steelers win against the Bills, the Ravens will meet Pittsburgh for the third time this season. However, if the Steelers lose, the Texans come to Baltimore for round 2.
There's been speculation that if the Steelers win and the Ravens play, that the game would be Sunday to give them more time. But if the Texans win, the game would be Saturday because we
shall see.
We'll see. Well, while we wait and see who the Ravens will be playing this weekend, the team is hosting several events leading up to kickoff.
Coming up on Wednesday, January 17th, you can head to Lot D at M&T Bank Stadium and get a brand new Raven Eyes logo stenciled on your car. Fans will also get some giveaways from the team, Safeway, and M&T Bank. That's happening from 6 a.m. until 10 a.m.
Then on Thursday, the official Ravens playoff pop-up shop returns to M&T Bank Stadium. The store will be open from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. each day, and fans can park for free in Lot B if they decide to go.
And then it's the Purple Friday Fuel Up from 6 a.m. until 10 a.m. at Jimmy's Seafood. You can hang out with the morning crew at 98 Rock and meet some Ravens legends, some cheerleaders, and they're also going to have a lot of amazing giveaways. For a full list of events, be sure to head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
It's only a few days away, but we have so much snow to get through before then.
Man.
I'd like to focus on those crab cakes at Jimmy's Friday, but
right, that's better than the snow.
Yeah, for now we got to deal with winter weather, and it's really like we were talking about. These like the early kind of jab hit here, and then we're going to get the bigger hit tonight, a couple of inches tonight. So I mean,
so school delays possible. Too.
That's what I'm thinking. Already trying to plan for the morning. Are we also talking snow on Friday?
You know what?
Too far out?
Maybe not. It might not be as cold by then, but I'll tell you one thing, it's going to be cold midweek. And look at this morning. The radar action is, letting up a bit here. You really have to see snow has such a high radar signature. This actually probably looks a little worse than it is in terms of snow coming down actively. That heavier band has now shifted over to the eastern shore. So like Kent Island, you're getting a pretty good steady snow now. It's lightened up to more flurry action around the 95 corridor, including Baltimore. But we're not done yet. There's another band out toward Frederick, and there is significant additional snow out here into the Tennessee Valley that's going to be tracking in as we go into this afternoon, late afternoon, overnight tonight. That's our kind of main event. So that's why we have a winter weather advisory for the state for really almost all of Maryland, except for the eastern shore toward the beaches. That's going to be all the way through 7 a.m. Tuesday morning. So this overnight event brings in several more inches. Now, looking carefully at the camera here, we see a little bit of improved visibility. But what has already fallen, which in many spots was a quarter to a full inch of snow, that's all it takes. You're going to have dangerous roads this morning. Anything untreated, even treated roads will be slick. Untreated roads will be very slippery. So you just have to give yourself that extra time this morning as we are way below freezing. Even areas that are treated, you have to remember when you get down to low and mid-20s like we are in Woodlawn now, like we are in Owens Mills, salt and some of the other treatments don't even work that well below about 25 degrees. So that's something to keep in mind too. Not much wind. Planning your day out, we're going to stay below freezing, so we're talking about slick, watch your step, right? Sidewalk, steps, everything, because everything that has fallen this morning has just stuck instantly, frozen on contact, and that just sets up kind of a wintry start to the day that will be reinforced with more wintry weather moving in out of the southwest later on tonight. So it's the early burst with slick conditions. We got more snow this afternoon and evening, particularly overnight. 3 to 4 inch snow is going to be possible by Tuesday morning when the whole thing begins to clear out. When I say clear out, the steady snow clears out. I think we'll keep snow showers around probably most of the day tomorrow. It's going to be a very wintry looking Tuesday visually. in the wake of a couple inches, and then you still have more snow showers, kind of below freezing weather. You get the idea. Look at this. Even colder out here toward Iowa and the central Midwestern states. What that's going to do is prevent us from getting our usual kind of warm up right after the snow in Maryland and keep it kind of below freezing here. So again, as we ramp up this afternoon and we bring in this additional snow tonight, that's where I think we're talking about, you know, a couple of additional inches. Everything that falls, even if it was like just 2 inches, you don't lose the first inch to melting because we've got just that Arctic air continuing to flow in, and that's going to edge its way, just keep our temperatures down here in the state. Quick check of that 7-day forecast. We're staying at and below freezing for most of the week ahead here, even in the wake of that snow on Tuesday, overnight really tonight into early Tuesday morning. Back to you.
Tell you what, Wyatt, this first punch, as you've been calling it, this first jab, having major impacts out on the roads right now. This is our Len Stoller Traffic Network. This camera not catching a whole lot. Actually, you can see a plow truck moving through, but we've got a lot of delays on 95. A crash on 95 northbound, one of the shoulders closed there. We got another crash on 95 northbound past exit 57, 95 southbound near the Inner Harbor Tunnel. What you're taking a look at right here, this is 295 at Maryland 32, well south of the city, where you can see cars just inching along through that area right there. Another incident. See if I can get one more for you through the 95 area, because our cameras have been showing some significant backups through that stretch right there. You can see some flashing lights near Chesapeake as well. So give yourself extra time, guys. We know, again, that snow making things difficult as folks are heading out here this morning. Keep that in mind with some slick conditions.
As many have their eyes on Iowa, some others are looking down the road as questions mount about the two-party system in America. I'm Christine Frizzell with why some are sounding alarm bells.
5:57 now in your election 2024 coverage. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is throwing his support behind Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, ending any speculation about Hogan launching a third-party campaign.
He says Haley is the right person to give Republicans the best chance in November.
Nikki Haley's got all the momentum, and what this race is really all about is to try to nominate the strongest possible nominee for November. It's time for the party to get behind Nikki Haley.
And this morning, there are new questions about the viability of the two-party system in America.
For years, Americans have said that they would like more options, but every 4 years, the major candidates in the race are always one Democrat and one Republican.
Here's Christine Frizzell with why some are trying to change that.
This is go time.
So brave the weather and go out and save America.
The 2024 campaign for president playing out under the umbrella of a great irony. America is beholden to a two-party system, despite polls for years showing a majority of voters oppose it. A new Gallup poll now shows more Americans than ever identify as independents, 43%. Just 27% identify as Democrats, with an equal number as Republicans.
70% of the people in America do not want to vote for Joe Biden or Donald Trump.
Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan Sunday endorsing Nikki Haley, though speculation prevails he may run as a third-party candidate following his departure as co-chair of the group No Labels.
They're going to, I think, continue to try to get access to the ballot. They're going to wait and see if we're stuck with these two bad choices on the November ballot. And, I think they'll make their decision in March or April.
Tuesday, March 5th is Super Tuesday, the single day when most states hold primaries or caucuses, as other moderate potential candidates weigh in.
I'm not going to be a spoiler, never have been and never will be. But people want options, or they want change.
That desire for change playing out in polls, showing all three of the top GOP candidates have a lead in a head-to-head matchup with President Joe Biden. A brand new CBS News YouGov poll shows Donald Trump ahead 50-48, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis 51-48, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley 53-45.
Haley is on qualities that people say they want in a president, better or about even with Biden. Things like empathy, things like ability to compromise and toughness.
Meanwhile, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is already running as an independent and averages about 15% in a Trump-Biden race. And while that scenario looks more and more likely for now, some are holding out hope a change in the winds or the candidates could shake things up. Some already predicting the next 10 months could be a wild ride. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Today we're honoring the great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Coming up next, I'll tell you about many of the events happening in our area.
Calls for change continue as 2024 is off to a deadly start in the city. Coming up, we'll tell you about the initiative being announced by one mayoral candidate and how you can participate.
You probably see the snow in some of those opening live shots already on the ground. Had an early burst of snow that's tapering off now, setting the stage for the main event. We'll talk about that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are tracking our next weather maker with snow expected to make its way into our region again. In fact, we're taking a live look over the Inner Harbor and our Weather Authority HD radar as this weather maker could potentially bring up to 3 inches of snow to the Baltimore area after the little dusting that just moved through the region now.
Well, good morning to you on this Monday, January 15th. Maybe you get to stay home today because of the federal holiday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. First thing we thought is, how does this impact school tomorrow? Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart timing things out for us.
It's going to be interesting because most of the snow does come in late this afternoon and evening tonight, so that could set the stage for delays at the minimum on Tuesday morning. Now, for this MLK Monday, the problem is not so much how much is falling. I mean, in many places, coating. Coating is not a big deal, except for when temperatures are in the 20s. So it is all stuck on contact. We've got slick roads. We already have multiple reports of spinouts out there, and I think we're going to see more as traffic picks up because people don't realize a lot of these roads have not been treated. The major roads have been, but even they are slick. You see that winter weather advisory just about statewide. It's going to be throughout the night tonight and into the early morning hours tomorrow. We'll give you more detail on this winter weather event for mid-January. It's coming up.
And Wyatt, you're exactly right. As we take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network, major issues on 95 here this morning. This is just one of them. You can see as we're heading towards Caton Avenue right here, we've got traffic stopped. We've got flashing lights. This has been the situation now for just under an hour. So folks seriously having issues with those impacted roads. This is a live look now. This looks to be from downtown this morning. You can see those snow-covered roadways there as well, with still some precipitation falling on the windshield right here. One more look of 95 at Eastern Avenue. As you take a look at my computer right now, you're going to see stopped cars as well. If we can pull up this shot, there we go. Just another indication of what 95 looks like here this morning after that snow blew through here earlier. Well, today, as we mentioned, celebrates the birthday of celebrated civil rights leader Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with some of the events that are happening today in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And it will be a snowy day to get out, but worthwhile nonetheless.
Yeah, Patrice, it's definitely cold out, so if you're participating in any of these events, you want to make sure that you're bundling up. But there are lots of events happening today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., including the Baltimore City annual MLK Day Parade, which is actually starting here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Utah Street. The parade starts at noon, and several roads will be closed before, during, and after the parade. That sign you're looking at now already out, warning of those road closures. And some other events happening. There's also the 11th annual Peace Walk happening today at St. Bernardine Catholic Church, which is starting at noon as well. United Way of Central Maryland will host nearly 100 volunteers at 10 to create warmth kits, mental health kits, and no-sew blankets as a way to honor MLK Jr. with a day of service. At 1:30 today, a mural will be installed at the Cecil Kirk Recreation Center, which will entail words of positivity, encouragement, and affirmation to uplift the youth and, of course, honor Martin Luther King Jr. And finally, mayoral candidate Wendy Bozell will attend a mayoral forum being held at the Friendship Baptist Church at 6 tonight. The forum is, of course, in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So, as you heard, there are lots of great events and days of service happening today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And also, for more information on road closures for today's parade, Baltimore City Parade, you can visit the Baltimore City Department of Transportation website for more information and a list of all those road closures and what times they will be closed from. And again, you just want to make sure that if you're participating in the parade, that you're bundling up. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, yeah, especially warm for that parade. Now, there are some services that will be closed in observance of the federal holiday today. The United States Postal Service will not deliver mail today. Most non-essential government services like libraries and city offices will also be closed. Major retail and grocery stores like Target, Walmart, Costco, places like that, they'll be open. FedEx will also be open, but they have modified services. 6:05 and turning now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 Noon has obtained surveillance video from a deadly shooting in Pigtown, marking the third homicide of 2024.
The video shows two suspects enter a barbershop, that is, along Washington Boulevard, at which point people begin scrambling and ducking for cover inside that shop. Seconds later, the victim attempts to run away before the suspects open fire and kill him. A barber inside the shop says the violence is hitting too close to home, and he hopes that lawmakers do something to get illegal guns off city streets.
How are they getting in their hands? Where are they coming from? Why are they so easy access?
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with more on a town hall taking place to address crime in the city. Shannon.
Yeah, and tonight's town hall, Patrice, is being put on by the only Republican that's currently running for Baltimore City mayor, and that's candidate Donald Scoggins. We have a picture of him that we're putting here on your screen, and he says that this meeting is going to focus on enhancing neighborhood and community safety through a new initiative that he plans to announce called the Community Crime Prevention Program. Now, we don't have a whole lot of information about that new initiative just yet, but we're going to put up some information that we are learning so far. Scoggins claims that the initiative will help empower residents, leverage technology, and foster collaboration between law enforcement and community members. And he's calling on you to be a part of this by coming out to tonight's town hall and giving your input. So if you do want to participate, we put the details here on your screen. The town hall is happening from 6 to 8 at Emmanuel Baptist Church, which is located at 2300 Reisterstown Road. And again, Scoggins is calling for community feedback. Meanwhile, calls for change are growing louder following a shooting that happened here in Essex over the weekend. So coming up in the next 30 minutes, I'll have the latest in this case. Plus, we'll hear from another mayoral candidate about the changes they believe need to be made, and soon. Reporting live in Essex, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Houthi rebels fire a missile at an American destroyer on Sunday. More on the escalating tensions in the Red Sea. Just ahead.
Former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby returns to federal court this week. The timeline in Greenbelt and why one attorney says Mosby's potential testimony is the key piece of evidence.
And I'm Wyatt Everett. We get that winter weather advisory that expires not until Tuesday morning. And we've already seen some winter weather out there making roads slick. We'll talk about what you can expect this MLK Day coming up.
.10 now. This morning, we are tracking the latest attacks by Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with the very latest on what we're hearing this morning. Taylor.
Well, that's right, you guys. Rebels fired a missile at an American destroyer just this past Sunday. We're talking about the Red Sea. Now, the U.S. was able to shoot it down before it did any damage, but the latest escalation comes 1 week after Houthis launched their largest drone strike since the start of the conflict. Now, the Houthis say their assaults are aimed at stopping Israel's war on Hamas in the Gaza Strip, but many commercial ships have come under fire at this point. And Friday, Washington and the United Kingdom also launching a second retaliatory attack after an initial battery of strikes on Tuesday. It's not yet clear this morning whether the U.S. will retaliate for Sunday's Houthi attack. But look here, live over the White House this morning, where President Biden is saying he will, quote, not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and free flow of international commerce as necessary. As of now, we're waiting for more details out of Washington or the Middle East. We're going to bring you those updates right here as this continues to impact commerce in the Red Sea. Back to you.
Growing signs of desperation at the southern border. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at the changing debate in Washington and a plea from the president.
Plus, in Iowa, winter weather has set its sights on the campaign trail. Still ahead, how the heavy snow is expected to impact the GOP caucuses. It is 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We are taking a closer look at the standoff at the southern border.
State officials in Texas have blocked federal authorities from accessing part of the border as a desperate situation grows, and now it's become deadly.
Here's national correspondent Christine Frizzell with the latest on this.
Migrants from around the world appear undeterred in making the dangerous journey to the United States. President Biden asked Saturday if he would call the situation at the southern border a crisis. No matter how you define it, the reality is captured in videos like this. The Texas National Guard using shields to try to prevent migrants from crossing. The standoff between state and federal authorities growing more tense in Eagle Pass, Texas, where the Texas National Guard has blocked U.S. Border Patrol agents from entering Shelby Park. Biden's Justice Department once again asking the Supreme Court to weigh in and order Texas to stop the blockade, arguing Texas has effectively blocked Border Patrol from doing its job. Governor Greg Abbott disagrees.
Texas has the legal authority to control ingress and egress into any geographic location in the state of Texas, and that authority is being asserted with regard to that park in Eagle Pass, Texas, to maintain operational control.
But the standoff is being blamed for the death of 3 people, a woman and 2 children, who DHS officials say drowned in the Rio Grande River. Texas Congressman Henry Cuellar blaming Texas Military Department soldiers, who he says would not grant access to the U.S. Border Patrol to the migrants, even in the event of an emergency. How to respond to what most do call a crisis has been at the center of negotiations on Capitol Hill, with a potential agreement reached on a spending bill that would fund the government through March, though some Republicans are pushing back.
Secure the border. If the border is not secured, this government does not deserve to be funded.
Others on Capitol Hill targeting decisions by other states. Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy reintroducing a bill following a decision by California to expand health care to undocumented migrants.
Medicaid for migrants will be a magnet for more people to come to that state illegally.
Border battles taking new shape in the shadow of the 2024 presidential campaign. The growing sense of urgency, now a top concern for voters as well. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security is accusing the state of Texas of blocking Border Patrol agents from saving a migrant woman and 2 children from drowning. It occurred Friday night in the Rio Grande, just across from Shelby Park in Eagle Pass, which Texas Governor Greg Abbott seized last week in a bid to make migrant crossings difficult. According to the DHS, Texas National Guardsmen denied Border Patrol agents access to the park despite receiving distress messages. Texas's military department says they found nothing in their search of the area, but later said they saw Mexican authorities responding to the situation.
Well, it is 6:18 on this Monday, this MLK Day, and we are tracking our next weather maker. We've got snow already arriving in some parts of the states here this morning. This is the first little jab here of this storm. We are taking a live look over the Inner Harbor there. Also, the Weather Authority HD radar as this weather maker could potentially bring up to 3 inches of snow to the Baltimore area here today.
Not maybe fun. Some kids will like it.
Get a delay, maybe.
Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, who is timing it all out for us. And that will be interesting. Will it be a delay tomorrow, or will school be canceled tomorrow, Wyatt?
No, it's going to be an interesting set of delays. I think it's certainly possible to at least have a 2-hour delay tomorrow. Kind of at minimum, like Baltimore County. Maybe there'll be some cancellations. We'll see. This morning would have been a great day for a 2-hour delay if we didn't have the federal holiday, because those roads are completely slick. And that burst of snow we had earlier this morning, many spots, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, some spots a little over an inch, doesn't really matter. What happened was the roads at 25 degrees or so, it all stuck instantly. And so you have that slick, icy condition. There's another band of snow toward Frederick. Could get another little burst coming through the Baltimore area. And then the main event will hold off. This is going to build up a little bit, ramp up a little bit during the day here in Tennessee Valley, sweep into Maryland tonight. Coming out of Virginia. And you see the widespread winter weather advisory. This is not for this morning, by the way. All what you see here on this advisory map, this is for the event tonight into tomorrow morning. So what we're dealing with this morning, this is a completely separate wave coming in tonight, basically. And it will certainly have its impact as well on the roads tonight and tomorrow morning. Talking about a couple inches of snow, and it will all stick instantly as well to anything untreated. 25 right now, BWI. Wind is calm, visibility 3 miles. That's up a little bit. So the steady snow that we had in Baltimore itself has tapered now to snow showers, but we had it all the way down through BWI. The 97 corridor got hit with quite a bit of snow this morning. Look at this, widespread 20s, various reports of snow. It is slick out there. Best thing you can do today, in my opinion, if you don't have to get on the road till about midday, wait till late morning till we get a little bit of extra melting going on with the sun angle. Even if we stay mostly cloudy, there'll be a little bit of additional melting midday. It is brutally cold this morning, mid-20s, and we're only climbing to about 30 or so today. A wintry cold day with more snow moving in this evening, particularly tonight, and tapering off early tomorrow morning as we get the main storm system tracking in our direction. So get ready for it. Early bursts making things a headache to drive around this morning. The kids trying to have fun in this weather, that's going to be more so tonight, and I think particularly early Tuesday when we get a couple inches of snow. Maybe we can get a few sled runs in. We'll see. Temperature-wise, things are certainly going to be cold enough to support a pure snow event. This will not be like where is the rain snow line situation that we get so often in Maryland. That's not a problem this time. We've got plenty of Arctic air in place across not just Maryland, but the entire mid-Atlantic. There's the main event beginning this afternoon. Things go downhill quickly, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock. We begin to clear the system out around Tuesday morning. But remember, in the wake of this system, we're going to have to clean up a couple inches on those roads, especially anything that was not treated in advance. There's that cold blast coming in behind us, and it is going to be one cold midweek around here, and also cold as we go toward our Ravens weekend next weekend.
Well, follow along with our Fox 45 weather team as they are tracking this next weather maker. Wake up with our team of meteorologists and the Fox 45 morning news team every weekday at 4:30 a.m.
And anytime severe weather hits, you can have the latest forecast right here at your fingertips. Just download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app or search WBFF in your app store. In upstate New York, the Buffalo Bills are calling on their fans for help shoveling out snow as they prepare for today's big playoff game. The team has been offering $20 an hour to anyone interested in shoveling Highmark Stadium. You can see people responding there ahead of the wild card matchup with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They had snow before the game. During the game, they're expecting more snow tonight. And we know the Bills are no stranger to this. They're used to playing in the snow, having beaten the Indianapolis Colts in 2017. Remember this game, that wintry whiteout backdrop? Now, on that note, we know the Steelers are well prepared for this weather as well. Kickoff now set for 4:30 this afternoon, and then we're going to know for sure who and when the Ravens will be playing this coming weekend.
So good that that's 4:30 today, because that's when snow will be coming in again for us. Everybody can just hunker down at home. Right now, if you're on the roads, you're not moving very quickly in many of the directions. Look at that. The 4 cameras in our region, there are incidents on all of them. Some of them on 95 north and southbound. You see the backups there. There's a crash on 895 south near the toll plaza. There are 3 vehicles involved. The bottom line here, if you do have to head out today, maybe you're home because it's a holiday, stay home. If you do have to head out, though, just give yourself plenty of extra time. Stay with us so we can tell you which roads are seeing issues, and just take it slow, because that snow storm that came through, the snow burst that came through this morning is leaving some pretty slick roads.
Let's take a closer look here. This is from our Len Stoller mobile track. It is on 95 northbound, heading towards Edgewood. This is one of the rare glimpses of 95 that's moving, so a good shot right there. Roads aren't terrible, but again, slick. That's what Wyatt has been reminding you. The brine lines are out there. It might not look bad, but it is freezing when it hits those cold surfaces there. Well, people are voicing their concerns over the plans for Harbor Place and Baltimore's Inner Harbor, why they're opposing the current proposal that is in place.
Baltimore County Police here are searching for the person or people who shot 2 15-year-olds here in Essex. Coming up, the latest in this search and the calls for change that are now growing louder. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Take a look at this. If you've watched the Kansas City Chiefs at any point this year, you've likely seen a lot of Taylor Swift.
Last night, look at what she wore. This 87 jacket representing her boyfriend Travis Kelce's jersey's number. But that jacket was custom made by Kristen Juszczyk, wife of a former Raven, and a Towson graduate who specializes in custom fashion design.
It looks awesome. Juszczyk got a shout out from Towson University's alumni page on social media. She said getting Swift to wear her jacket was an honor of a lifetime. Looked great.
All right, get ready because highs will be near freezing with a chance of snow throughout the day. Coming up, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart tracking our next weather maker and what areas it will impact the most.
This week, Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court for her second trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains how important it is for Mosby to testify this time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, January 15th. It's a holiday. You wouldn't know that by the roads outside. People getting up and out, and they're not going far. Good morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. That weather severely impacting conditions out there. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart taking a look at the next round that is still yet to come, Wyatt.
Yeah. I mean, it's deceiving this morning, right? Because it wasn't like we had a lot come down. Many spots, you know, less than a half an inch. Some spots did get an inch or so, but it all stuck instantly. Sub-freezing surfaces. We've been in the mid and low 20s overnight tonight, so all this snow with that band that came through has stuck instantly. Now, we're tapering off mainly to flurry action now, except for points on the eastern shore that are getting that more steady band we had earlier in the 95 area of Baltimore, D.C. But this winter weather advisory is all the way through tomorrow morning because the second round, okay, the main event, so to speak, that comes in out of the Tennessee Valley tonight. and it's going to also encounter sub-freezing temperatures and sub-freezing roads. So you've got a chance midday today, I think, to get out and about fairly safely. Just use extra caution because it does go downhill quickly tonight once again. Back to you.
This morning, Baltimore County Police are searching for suspects after 2 teens were shot in Essex.
This comes as frustration continues to mount surrounding juvenile crime and what some are calling a lack of action from lawmakers.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from the Baltimore County Essex precinct with the latest on the investigation and calls for accountability in Annapolis. Shannon?
Well, and thankfully, Patrice and Megan, we are learning from Baltimore County Police that those 2 15-year-olds who were shot over the weekend are expected to survive and recover from their injuries. But this morning, Baltimore County Police here, like you said, continue to search for the shooter or shooters. Their ages are not known right now, but police dispatch described them as 2 teens in dark clothing. Take a listen.
Callers said they heard 4 gunshots in the area. The suspects are black male teenagers, all wearing black hoodies, blue jeans.
I'm still looking for the suspects. I'm not coming up with anything right now.
So those suspects, as you just heard, are still on the run after this shooting that happened at a busy intersection in Essex just before noon Sunday. People in the area who didn't want to go on camera say they had to duck for cover when shots rang out near Old Eastern and Selig Avenue. And this is just the latest incident of juvenile violence across the state. The city's first homicide victim of the year was just 16 years old, Carver High School student Noah Gibson. And now we're hearing from mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon on what she believes the #1 focus should be for lawmakers this session.
Juvenile crime and coming out with a definitive plan. We've got to get a handle of it. 2023 was totally out of control when it came to juvenile crimes. We still have to send the message that young people have to be accountable. And we have to figure out, based on the crime that's being committed, if it's a very violent crime, then that has to be addressed. And you just can't let them go.
And as police continue to search for these suspects here in Essex, remember, if you do have any information, you can remain anonymous by calling the Metro Crime Stoppers, and you could be eligible for up to a $2,000 reward for that information. Reporting live in Essex, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
In a state's attorney roundtable hosted by Fox 45 last week, some of the panelists sounded off on the Child Interrogation Protection Act. They want lawmakers to take action in Annapolis.
The law states that police cannot question children without parental approval and an attorney present, designed to protect children's rights.
Happening this week, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court for her second trial.
Olivia Dance joining us live with a closer look at the charges that she's facing. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, that's right. Jury selection begins on Tuesday, and her trial this time is to defend herself on 2 counts of mortgage fraud. It's possible that Marilyn Mosby and her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will testify this time. Now, Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who's not associated with this case, says that it could be difficult to prove Mosby's innocence if she doesn't take the stand. Take a listen to what he said.
It's very difficult to imagine how you could present that testimony through just Nick Mosby when it's her signature on the document, or else she'll be left exactly where she was before, and that's with no story to tell the jury. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for a jury to buy, given just her complexity as a public figure.
Now, Mosby's accused of lying on mortgage applications surrounding her purchase of 2 vacation homes in Florida. Prosecutors say that she failed to disclose a tax lien on one application, and then on the other vowed not to use the new home as a rental property, but did so anyway. In court last week, both sides disagreed on whether the jury should be allowed to view Mosby's recent divorce settlement with Nick Mosby. In the settlement, Mosby allegedly takes responsibility for the couple's tax lien. But since the document was filed long after the alleged fraud took place, Assistant U.S. Attorney Aaron Zielinski told the judge that, quote, it has no bearing whatsoever on whether the defendant lied on the mortgage application, end quote. And you remember back in November, a separate jury convicted Mosby of perjury. She's expected to be sentenced following the conclusion of this second trial. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Drivers, look alive out there. The snow is on the ground. We'll tell you more about the storm system sweeping across the U.S. just ahead here at the Live Center.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A weekend of treacherous conditions from the historically high tide in Maine, where this tavern was overtaken by the Kennebec River on Saturday, to Rhode Island and these waves crashing into the streets of Narragansett Town Beach. Meanwhile, cirrus clouds, a cabin, and the water's reflection make for a fine morning photo in Florence, South Carolina.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
It's been a pretty mild start to the winter season until this week. And boy, this morning on MLK Monday, it's making its presence felt. We're in the mid-low 20s out there. And so this burst of snow that came through the Baltimore area earlier this morning, it all stuck. And so we have very slick roads, very slick sidewalks. Use extreme caution. Still some snow showers coming down. Talk about the main storm that's due in tonight. Straight ahead.
Well, while we have seen a few flakes already hit the ground in Maryland, we're taking a look across the nation at the ongoing impacts of winter storms.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center right now with more on the inclement weather all around the country. Taylor, what are you seeing?
That's right. Well, let's start right here in Western Maryland, looking now at the snow that is on the ground. We're talking about a massive winter storm system sweeping over the northern U.S., disrupting travel across much of the Midwest and Great Lakes. On Saturday, U.S. Airlines canceled thousands of flights, including hundreds at Chicago's International Airport as they grappled with winter weather. Heavy snow also drove heavy delays at airports in Detroit, Milwaukee, Toronto. It also comes as Alaska Airlines and United cancel hundreds of flights after grounding their Boeing 737 MAX 9 jets. You recall that panel that blew off a plane midweek in the middle of a flight. Now, in Iowa, though, winter weather has its sights set on the campaign trail. Heavy snow, frigid winds swept across the state just days ahead of the GOP caucuses today. Now, in response, Donald Trump canceled 3 of his 4 planned appearances, opting to hold virtual rallies instead. Meanwhile, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are plowing forward. They're making those last-ditch plea efforts to get voters to get behind them as the caucuses get underway today. Well, turning back now to our neck of the woods where we can see that snow is on the ground and still falling. Later on, we'll have meteorologist Wyatt Everhart break down the entire update and time out the rest of your day and your week. But for now, that's the latest here at the Raleigh Center.
Thank you. Well, the American Red Cross says it is facing the lowest number of people giving blood in 20 years. Still ahead, why there is now such an urgent need for blood donations. It is 6:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
.45 in your morning rush. Today, we are celebrating the birthday of civil rights leader, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Olivia Dance is joining us live with some of the events happening today in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Olivia?
Hey, well, good morning, Patrice. And there are lots of events happening today in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., including the city's annual MLK Day Parade, which is actually starting just behind me here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Utah Street. Now, the parade starts at noon, and several roads will be closed before, during, and after the parade. And that sign you're looking at now is already out, warning of those road closures. There's also the 11th annual Peace Walk happening today at St. Bernardine Catholic Church, which is starting at noon. United Way of Central Maryland will host nearly 100 volunteers at 10 to create warmth kits, mental health kits, and no-sew blankets. And then at 1:30 today, a mural will be installed at the Cecil Kirk Recreation Center. Finally, mayoral candidate Wendy Bozell will attend a mayoral forum being held at the Friendship Baptist Church at 6 tonight in honor of Dr. King. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, though, I'll have more details on each of those events and also some tips on if you're planning to attend the city's parade. Back to you.
Olivia, thank you. Today, we know one mayoral candidate is holding a crime prevention town hall as the new year is off to a violent start in the city. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with a preview of that. Shannon, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan. Yeah, this town hall is set to happen tonight at 6 at Emmanuel Baptist Church, and it is being put on by the only Republican candidate that's currently vying to be the city's next mayor, and that's candidate Donald Scoggins. Now, he says the meeting here will focus on enhancing neighborhood and community safety with a new initiative that he plans to announce called the Community Crime Prevention Program. So coming up in the next 15 minutes, I'll explain what we know so far about that initiative, plus how you can get involved in the crime fight and make your voice heard at this town hall. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We are tracking our next weather maker. Take a look at this time lapse. This is from our Towson camera, and you can see that storm moving in and out within a 2-hour window. This was yesterday. Now, this morning, we are looking ahead to a week that could bring some significant winter weather.
And we had that 2-hour kind of lapse this morning, too. Same kind of snow moving in. We want to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhard, who's saying this is nothing. We got something else coming.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of similar, right? The thing yesterday, we didn't have the sub-freezing road temperatures, right? Overnight, we did. So this has been more impactful that we have much slicker roads from even just a half an inch of snow early this morning. The main band that came through Baltimore early is down toward Easton now. Back to the west, we've got, 95 corridor, just a few flurries, but there's another band of snow out here toward Winchester and Frederick. If it holds together, maybe we get a little more snow early this morning. The main event, so to speak, is way west of us still, out here in the Tennessee Valley, the northern core of the storm, if you will. That's going to come in as we go later into the evening and ramp up somewhat. So all you see here in purple shaded zones is not just for Go Ravens. This is a winter weather advisory from New York City all the way back west to Roanoke, West Virginia, in a winter storm warning. And this is for another probably 2 to 3 additional inches of snow overnight tonight. This is going to last through 10 a.m. tomorrow morning in terms of the advisory. I think the actual winter weather will be clear by about 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. You see the cam clearing up a little bit here in Baltimore right now, but still reported snow showers at the top of the hour from Aberdeen to Annapolis to Easton. And it just takes a little bit when you have temperatures way below freezing, 10 degrees below freezing now with low 20s toward Ellicott City and Woodlawn, even in Rosedale. Everything that came down stuck instantly. So you've got slippery sidewalks, stairs, roads as well, big time. Wintry cold conditions throughout the day. We never really go above freezing. And look at this, late this afternoon, the snow begins to kick in again and really ramps up later on tonight with the arrival again of kind of the core of the storm system, which again is still back off to our south and west. So the headlines here, basically that early snow burst clearing, but still slick conditions for several hours to come. We've got more snow due in after a midday lull late this afternoon and this evening. 3 to 4 inch total is possible by Tuesday morning around here. It'll be a light powdery snow, but still snow that sticks instantly to all those untreated surfaces. Even treated surfaces, we're down to 20s at night. The treatments don't work as well. You still have slick roads, even where it's been treated. There's that band of early snow. There's the main system off to our south and west. That brings in additional snow tonight. Future scans snows it as we get an additional burst in here late this afternoon into the night, clearing out by first thing on Tuesday. But in the wake of this system, it is going to be rather cold around here. Take a look at it. 7-day forecast shows we're never really above freezing Tuesday, down in the 20s for highs on Wednesday. And yes, the chance for more wintry weather as we push toward the end of the week and Friday.
It's that time of the year. Well, anytime severe weather hits, you can have the latest forecast right at your fingertips. Download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store.
All right, let's get right to this. The Len Stoler Traffic Network. As we take a look at our map, we are seeing significant issues out on the roads this morning, especially south of Baltimore. Let's go ahead and pull up some of these shots here. We've got a live shot from 95 right near Caton Avenue, and you can see significant delays out there, much like Wyatt talked about. We saw the snow move in, not seeing the accumulation on the roads, but it's cold and it is slick. A lot of issues because of it. One more to show you as 95 continues to see those backups. 95 northbound, this is at US 40. These cars, guys, have not moved. We've got one lane slowly inching through, but but otherwise they're at a standstill there. Again, south of the city, look at all of the yellow, look at all of the red. Those are the backups as a result. We've got another live look from our Len Stoller mobile track, giving you an idea of what to expect on the Beltway. This is 695. This is the outer loop heading towards Towson. Amazingly, north of the city, it's been a much better situation out there, but obviously still dealing with the same slick road conditions. So be careful if you're heading out this morning. Well, winter weather impacting the Iowa caucuses as well. Will voters brave the wind and the snow? Coming up, a political commentator is joining us live with what sort of turnout GOP candidates could see.
High energy exercise you can do anywhere. In our next hour, our hometown hotspot takes us to the team whose mission of promoting physical fitness starts with the jump rope.
I don't know about you. It's cold, it's snowy. We need something warm.
Man, this is the perfect day morning for a coffee break.
Get excited!
So brave the weather and go out and save America, because that's what you're doing. This is really about saving our country.
We are preparing for snow and cold in our region, but it's nothing like the cold temperatures people in Iowa are facing today. Not the best timing for the Iowa presidential caucus, as candidates you just heard are urging their supporters to brave the bone-chilling cold, the blustery wind. Political commentator Armstrong Williams is joining us this morning. Good morning, Armstrong. Happy MLK Day.
Happy MLK Day to you, and good morning.
So are people going to get out and take this caucus seriously today in the cold? Or are they going to assume, you know what, Trump's got this. He's got 48% of likely caucus goers, according to the latest poll. Are they going to figure that and just stay home?
You know, Patrice, we were in Iowa in 2012 with Romney. and the weather was the exact. It's no different. I think the weather is being over-exaggerated. I think the problem for DeSantis is that he's losing to Nikki Haley now. Now she's at 20%. He's at 16%. And the other issue here, Patrice, is money. Trump has spent a lot of money to get his base, the senior citizens, out to the polls. They don't have to worry about the snow or anything. Trump has made it possible that anybody wants to vote, he's spending the money. The resources are somewhat of a shortage for Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. And Trump's voters, for some reason, Patrice, they're enthusiastic, as you just showed. And if you're enthusiastic, it doesn't matter what the conditions are, you're going to get out and vote. So it's just a matter of whether or not they can get their people out to the polls. And Trump will do that very well, and he will win.
So then we're talking about Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. You just brought them up. Nikki Haley is ahead of DeSantis, and a lot of people are saying that Nikki Haley is no longer running to be president. She's running to be Trump's vice president. Is that what's happening?
I hope not. I'll leave it at that. Trump has been Trump has an issue with someone that he feels threatened by. Nikki Haley is someone who is very intelligent, very well studied, and she would intimidate him. I don't think his ego will allow him to select someone like Nikki Haley. And I don't think it's good for Nikki Haley's reputation and what she has built and the trust with her voters that she's so desperate to accept it, even if he were to offer it to him. And listen, but I do think this. I do think Nikki Haley has a chance to win New Hampshire. You heard DeSantis said, I'm headed to South Carolina. In your backyard, Nikki, and I think I can make a difference and take you out in your own state. The race is on. We will see. It's early on, Patrice, but anything can happen between now and who's actually nominated to represent the GOP.
Oh, absolutely, because as we've seen in past, today Iowa hasn't always predicted the eventual nominee. But so in that same poll that showed that Trump was, leading, 48% of the folks were going to vote his way, it also said that of those people surveyed, 68% said they'd already made up their minds on who they were going to back, but 25% said they could still be persuaded. Do you believe that? And what would it take? What would they need to see today before they make their vote to put one or the other candidates over the edge?
But Patrice, even with the 25%, if Nikki and Ron were to get a sizable amount of that, Trump's going to still get part of it, of that 25%. And he's still, even with that 25%, with them at 20 and 16, they cannot win. They're still playing. And it means if they come in second, they get more money and more resources. And it gives them a chance to die another day. Not today, but a chance to die another day. And that's what they're fighting for.
All right, Armstrong, we'll leave it there. They need to bundle up.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
We all do.
We do.
Today we're honoring the great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the many events happening in our area.
Calls for change continue as 2024 is off to a deadly start in the city. Coming up, the new initiative that one mayoral candidate is announcing and how you can participate.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart. We have had a burst of wintry weather already this morning in Baltimore, creating slick roads, and the main round is yet to come. We'll talk about when that arrives straight ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go, tracking our next weather maker with snow expected to make its way into our region again later this afternoon. I say again because we saw some this morning.
Now on the left side of your screen, we're taking a live look over the Inner Harbor. Things are calm and beautiful out there right now, cold.
On the right, you are looking at our Weather Authority HD radar. That system is moving past our region, but the system we're tracking could be bringing up to 3 inches of snow to the Baltimore region. And the cold that you mentioned is the big issue here this morning.
That's right. Well, good morning to all of you on this Monday, January 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Many people off because of MLK Day, which is good because conditions are cold and things are freezing out there.
You wouldn't know it looking at the roads because everybody who did have to get up and out, they've been in just traffic traffic because of incidents on those slick roads, Wyatt.
All it takes is one car to spin out, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we've mainly seen. It's not that we had a lot of snow, but just a coating is all it takes because of the temperatures. Take a look at the numbers. 25 at BWI. We've been as low as 22 this morning. We've got that still in Gaithersburg, way below the freezing mark, which is 32. That means all of this, which is now really tapering just to snow showers and flurry action, that stuck instantly. Okay, even treated surfaces, you know, not as slippery as untreated surfaces, but still slippery. And so we also have some fairly steady snow left toward the eastern shore, and it's just a wintry scenario. Throughout the day and tonight, we've got that winter weather advisory that's going to run right through tomorrow morning because this main event out to the west is yet to come. We just got the opening salvo this morning, but the main punch, if you will, is later on this evening. We'll talk about that in just a couple.
Again, Wyatt, those roads that you talked about, the surfaces are freezing. Our Len Stoller traffic network certainly indicating that south of the city, seeing major issues out there. Just pulling up one particular 95 north of Caton, significant backups there. Also seeing it stretching up towards the Rosedale area. 95 right there at 40, also seeing those delays. Again, it's slick out there. Be careful if you are heading out this morning.
Well, today we are celebrating the birth of civil rights leader Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Just 4 days after King's assassination in 1968, U.S. Representative John Conyers introduced legislation for a federal holiday to honor the fallen leader. However, the first national celebration of MLK Day didn't take place until 1986, after years of advocacy. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. In a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with more on the events happening today in Charm City to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Well, some services will be closed in observance of the federal holiday today. We know the United States Postal Service will not be delivering mail today. Most non-essential government services like libraries and other city offices, we know courts, they are all closed today. Major retail and grocery stores like Target, Walmart, and Costco, they're going to be open. FedEx says they're going to be open as well, but with some modified services. Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, Baltimore police are investigating a deadly shooting that happened on the Jones Falls Expressway. According to BPD, 27-year-old Christopher Lee got into an argument with a woman while they were in a car driving north on the JFX. Police say Lee shot the woman after the argument. The woman was pronounced dead when police arrived at the scene there. This was right near the Chase Street exit. Lee faces charges of second-degree murder and is being held at central booking. An update for you now this morning. According to the Daily Mail, the president of Johns Hopkins Health System and the dean of medical faculty are apologizing for a newsletter written by the university's chief diversity officer, Dr. Sharita Golden.
The newsletter outlined privilege as the diversity word of the month, defining privilege as a set of unearned benefits given to people in a specific group, singling out groups like white people, men, middle-aged people, Christians, and people who speak English.
After an outcry about divisive language on social media, Johns Hopkins leadership issued a statement saying the newsletter's definition of privilege runs counter to the values of the institution. Golden also apologized for the language used in her letter. Well, today celebrates the birthday of celebrated civil rights leader Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with some of the events happening today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Patrice and Megan. There are lots of events happening today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., including the city's annual MLK Day Parade, which is going to actually be starting just behind me here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and North Utah Street. Now, the parade starts at noon, and several roads will be closed before, during, and after the parade. That sign you're looking at now is already warning of those road closures. Also, you can see that there is snow on the ground, and these sidewalks are slippery. The snow definitely is sticking to the sidewalks because it's so cold out here. So for those participating in the parade, definitely want to be cautious of that. Some other events, though, happening today. United Way of Central Maryland will host nearly 100 volunteers at 10 to create warmth kits, mental health kits, and no-sew blankets as a way to honor MLK Jr. with a day of service. There's also the 11th annual Peace Walk happening today at St. Bernardine Catholic Church, which is also starting at noon. At 1:30 today, a mural will be installed in the Cecil Kirk Recreation Center, which will entail words of positivity, encouragement, and affirmation to uplift the youth and, of course, honor Martin Luther King Jr. And finally, mayoral candidate Wendy Bozell will attend a mayoral forum being held at the Friendship Baptist Church at 6 tonight. That forum is also in honor of Dr. King. So as you just heard, there are lots of great events and days of services happening today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. For more details, though, on road closures because of the city's parade, you want to be sure to visit the Baltimore City Department of Transportation website. They have the full list there. And on that website, they're also warning people of these slippery sidewalks because of the snow and these cold conditions. So again, if you're participating in the snow or just out and about today, you want to make sure that you are taking it slow. And of course, not a bad idea to wear gloves, hat, and jacket as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. If you are going to any of the MLK events happening around the city today, bundle up and then share your pictures and videos with Fox 45. You can scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all of those pictures and videos. And this is all powered by Staffla.
Well, looking ahead this morning, in just over a month, the Baltimore City Council will begin hearings on the $500 million redevelopment of Harbor Place. However, there are new voices emerging opposing the plan on the table.
The group called the Inner Harbor Coalition says that they have multiple concerns with the redevelopment, including the new high-rise apartments and offices that would be built around the harbor. The coalition says it is considering pursuing an alternative referendum for city voters to weigh in on the issue, or even legal action.
All of us were shocked by this monstrosity of a project that we had no idea was coming down the pike. One goal is slow down the process. Don't railroad it. Don't steamroll it. Step back. Think about it. Think about what we're doing, because this is too important for the future of Baltimore City.
One of the developers for the new Harbor Place project, David Bramble, responded to the opposition, writing in a statement, quote, "Ultimately, the people of Baltimore will have a vote in November on whether they agree with our vision or not. Competing ballot questions doesn't change that fact."
Well, Mayor Brandon Scott also responding, saying it is understandable that people want their voices heard, and the city will provide opportunities for community input on the plan. He also criticized the groups pushing back on the plan, saying that they are not providing a viable alternative to improve Harbor Place and that they lack the vision to improve it. All right, 7:09, our next weather maker is here.
Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart and see what we're in store for.
Hey, ladies, we had that burst of snow this morning. We still have the very slick roads and sub-freezing temperatures, so you really have to watch not just the roads, but your step out there. And look at these numbers. 23 in Westminster, 27 Baltimore, Annapolis even at 27. We're way below the freezing mark at 32. Not much active snow on the radar, just a little bit of flurry action, but a little bit of snow coming down from Baltimore into Harford County. And the main storm, you got to look at the lower left part of your screen. That is the main event due in later tonight. It's going to encounter this very cold air, and that is going to mean, yes, more snow, more snow sticking as well. So be ready for that. We're going to detail much more about when that storm comes in and leaves the area. That's
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Our Len Stoller Traffic Network seeing significant issues. Here it is, MLK Day, and we are seeing backups, major ones out on the roads, especially south and east of the city. Pulling up some cameras to focus in on 95. This is at Caton Avenue. As we show you this camera right here, you can see this situation has been like this for about 90 minutes now. Cars just inching through. As you look in other parts of 95, taking it up on the east side here, look at this. This is 95 at US 40, and same situation. They have not moved in about an hour now. As Wyatt mentioned, it's not a lot of accumulation on the roads, but it's freezing out there. It's slick, and we are seeing icy spots as well. One more thing to show you, 895. See if we can pull up this camera for you. So a little backup. This is 895 southbound Boston Street. There's been some slick conditions through there and some stop and go traffic. Just another spot to be mindful of. Well, this morning we are tracking the latest attacks by Iran-backed Houthi rebels in the Red Sea.
Taylor Stewart in our live center. She's got the latest. Taylor.
That's right. Just last night, rebels fired a missile at an American destroyer. Thankfully, the U.S. was able to shoot it down before it did any damage to the aircraft carrier. But the latest escalation comes just a week after Houthis launched their largest drone strike since the start of this conflict. Now, the Houthis say their assaults are aimed at stopping Israel's war on Hamas in the Gaza Strip. But Friday, Washington, the United Kingdom, launching a second retaliatory strike after launching an initial battery of strikes on Tuesday. Now, it's not clear this morning whether the U.S. will retaliate for Sunday's Houthi attack. But looking live over the White House this morning, where President Biden says he will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and the free flow of international commerce as necessary. Now, as of now, we're waiting for more details to come out of Washington or the Middle East. We'll bring you any updates right here at the Live Center as they come in.
Taylor, thank you. Well, here's a look at some of the stories making headlines at this hour. Jury selections and opening statements are all set to take place next week in the second federal trial of former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby. Actually, that's happening this week. The information prosecutors are fighting to keep out of the courtroom.
And the U.S. is facing its lowest blood supply in 2 decades. After the break, why your blood donation could mean the difference between life and death. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
The American Red Cross says it is facing the lowest number of people giving blood in 20 years, seeing a 40% drop, with the biggest decline among teens and young adults. This morning, Ann Gruber, a medical technologist at GBMC Healthcare, is joining us live to weigh in on the urgent need now for blood donations. Good morning, Ann. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Megan. Thank you for having me.
Let's start with why. Why do you think that there is such a dramatic decline in people donating?
Well, I think awareness is a big part of it. people aren't understanding the impact that they can have. One volunteer has the potential to save 3 lives with a blood donation. And the need is so great right now that the American Red Cross just issued last week an emergent appeal because of their critical low blood supply.
Let's talk about what that means. What does the emergent appeal mean? How low is it?
It's very low. So for patients who need blood, for example, someone who's in a car accident, you can take up to 100 units of blood in an emergency situation. Well, for some hospitals, that's their entire blood supply.
Right.
And so the need is critical because it's life-saving. And you can't manufacture blood,
right.
So it's only through donation that we can get blood for patients in need.
If we continue to see this decline like we are, what do we do? Are people just going to not be able to make it?
Well, it is critical right now that we have patients care, prioritize donations. Awareness is a big deal. I'm a part of Gen Z as well. I'm already signed up for the next blood drive and trying to raise awareness, and I'm volunteering. And so trying to reach those so they're more aware of the need, because it's very critical.
And I think that's a great way to do it too, because sometimes people are scared or think that it, would take a long time or would be too inconvenient, but it's super easy to do. Explain to our viewers how they can find a donation center near them.
Yeah, it's very simple. Well, GBMC hosts the blood drive every 3 months, and our next one is February 8th, which I'm signed up for and I'll be volunteering at. But if that doesn't work for you, in the Baltimore area, there are many locations that you can donate. And all you have to do is go to the American Red Cross website to make an appointment, or you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS. They have an app you can download. You do the questionnaire beforehand. It makes it very streamlined.
I use the app, super convenient, very easy, and I'm afraid of needles, and I can do this. So I know our viewers can step up, and that's what it's going to take. Every person, you said, can save 3 lives when they donate.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, we can do this. We can change these numbers. And thank you for your time. And again, the awareness. This is where it starts.
Yes, thank you so much.
It is 7:18 now, and we need to get a look at our next weather maker, which is already here.
Incredible. Wyatt, on the roads, the situation out there, that snow didn't bring a lot this morning, but man, it's impacting conditions.
This is like the tip of the spear, right? We talked about this kind of early jab in the fight with the winter storm. The main uppercut comes later tonight. I will say this, it really didn't matter that it was such a light burst of snow this morning because all the roads were way below freezing, down in the low and mid 20s, so everything stuck instantly. Even treated areas still slick, untreated areas icy. So this is why we have the problems. We've still got some pretty active light snow here in Bel Air, Harford County, maybe in eastern Baltimore County, extending into points north of Perryville there in western Cecil. You have to look for the darkest areas on these radar returns. Snow is very reflective, so it's not always as bad as the radar might look at a glance. Where we really have the action is with that next main event coming in tonight. Out here in the Tennessee Valley, we've got this thing winding up, and that's going to be the main storm. All the purple shaded counties you see here, it's not just Go Ravens. This is our winter weather advisory map. In the pink shaded areas toward West Virginia and Johnson City, you've got a winter storm warning. If your travels take you that way, that's going to be tough. But even around the Baltimore corridor, 95 down through D.C. and up to Philly, we're talking about winter advisory conditions beginning this afternoon, continuing tonight, right into 10 o'clock Tuesday morning. The snow may clear before that. And you see this coating of snow from the burst we had earlier this morning. But we will have another snowy look to the roads, even snowier, I think, tomorrow morning at this same time. 25 cold degrees right now at BWI, and numbers even colder than that just west of Ellicott City, still at 20. That coating of snow, by the way, will actually work to keep temperatures down a little bit today. I don't think we ever go above freezing. We probably never go above 30 degrees today. So it's sub-freezing, slick areas throughout the day. We'll get a break in the active precipitation briefly midday, just some flurries, but then snow ramping up again this evening as that main storm begins to move in. So don't be lulled into a false sense of security midday. The main storm has yet to arrive. Looking ahead, we get that snow burst this morning, keeping things slick through at least the morning hours today. Then that next round of snow begins late this afternoon, continues into the evening. 3 to 4 inch totals from the whole event possible by the time the whole thing clears out of here by around 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
I think this could create, yes, delays for schools and businesses tomorrow, maybe even some cancellations. Okay, we'll see how it performs overnight. But we've got much colder air also filtering in behind the storm, meaning unlike so many times in Maryland, we get snow, it kind of melts off quickly the next day. That is not going to happen this time. We get this burst kicking in this afternoon after about 4 o'clock, ramps up into the overnight. And then we're talking about frigid conditions Tuesday and Wednesday. So anything that falls is going to kind of stick around. And look at that Arctic air just edging its way steadily further east, but 2 below in Minneapolis this morning. That's not even the wind chill. By the way, after that snow clears early Tuesday, you're talking about sunshine, but only 20s on Wednesday. Very wintry, and one more chance at wintry weather toward Friday.
All right, well, let's see what's happening on the roads this morning. If you've been following along at any point in the morning, you've been hearing us talk about backups. We've been seeing issues out on the roads all morning long. On the top left of your screen, 95 has been a mess. This is north of Caton Avenue, and you can see they are barely inching along. Some of the other roadways are starting to open up, but it's still slick out there, so use caution and give yourself some time. Let's get a check of our mobile track, our Lynn Stroller mobile track. He is now in the area of Hellthorpe, heading south on the outer loop, and he is moving along just fine. No issues in that area, so that is some good news.
We'll flock around and find out. The Ravens are heading to playoffs, and the team is holding some events this week to get Charm City excited. We're breaking down all that's happening for the Birds this week.
Jump into a healthier lifestyle. After the break, we're catching up with the Kangaroo Kids and learning more about how you can be a Joey on the team. 7:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7.25. You may not have jump roped since you were a kid, but these kids are no joke. I didn't jump around like this when I was a kid.
They're unbelievably impressive. We're speaking live. We have Nicole Meek out there, the coach of the Kangaroo Kids, with how they are gearing up for competitions. Good morning. It's always great to see you guys. How's it going out there?
Hello.
It's good. It's warm inside. It's cold and snowy outside, but it's great in here.
Well, they are always practicing. Rain, shine, snow, sleet, you name it. How long does it take to learn a routine for you all?
Well, most of them have also jumped since they've been 6 years old, and so they've jumped and they've learned to build skills. We build skills through our classes, and then we grow up to working through the routines. So these are different activities we're seeing.
And what is the age range of children that participate, and what are you guys gearing up for?
Well, we are coming to the Be More Healthy Expo, and we do have classes at the age of 6. We do have classes at the age of 6, and we have classes. This is our senior team right here that we're watching.
They've come a long way, and we talk about how much fun this is, but the health benefits that these kids are getting from jumping around is pretty incredible.
Yeah, and they've also done studies that it's actually also helping the brain because they're working on timing and things like that.
And you guys are always a crowd favorite at the Be More Healthy Expo. Will you show people how to do this? Will you give them a chance to try and jump a rope?
If they would like to try, that would be great with us. We would love to show them.
Okay, look, we may need to start with just the basics.
Yep, we got that part.
All right, Nicole. All right, well, if you want more information on them or them coming out to the Be More Healthy Expo, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well,
bye. This week, Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court for her second trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains why it's so important for Mosby to testify this time around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and early this morning we had some snow move through the region, still creating some issues out there for drivers.
And we've got even more snow coming our way. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is here to fill in those details.
Yeah, we've got the jab in this morning, the hook coming later tonight, right, ladies? And the bottom line is it didn't take much. It's like a jab can take you down. This burst this morning really creating some hazardous road conditions because temperatures are so far below freezing, all of the snow stuck on contact. So you really need to watch your step as you head out the door this morning, like walk the dogs or something. Make sure you got the grippy boots and just take your time. It's going to be slick out there for several more hours to come. We're way below freezing. I don't think we ever get above freezing today. And the radar staying active and our winter weather advisory you see all over the Maryland map here for all but Ocean City, basically, and Salisbury. This is for additional snowfall beginning this afternoon and continuing into the overnight hours. A couple of additional inches on top of the ½ an inch to an inch many of us got this morning. And yeah, a very wintry MLK Monday for you. We'll talk more about what happens after the storm tonight. That's coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now, and we are looking at some of the beltways throughout our region. And with plenty of slick roads from the snowburst that came through, we're seeing some backups, especially you take a look. We've been talking about 95 has seen a lot of backups. This is one of the better shots I've seen of that Caton Avenue area. You're actually starting to move through that area. That has not been the case throughout the morning. So this is the best look at the roadways we've seen so far. But still, the roads are slick. Give yourself plenty of extra time.
A caller reporting shots fired and 2 black males are running across Glenwood to a thin build over.
Well, developing now this morning, Baltimore County Police are searching for suspects after 2 teenagers were shot in Essex.
This comes as frustration continues to mount surrounding juvenile crime and what some are calling a lack of action from lawmakers.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Baltimore County Police Essex Precinct with the latest on the investigation and now the calls for accountability in Annapolis. Shannon.
Yeah, and thankfully, Megan, Baltimore County Police tell us those 2 15-year-olds who were shot over the weekend are expected to recover and survive their injuries. But this morning, County Police here are still searching for the person or people who shot them. Right now, the age of those suspects is not known, but police dispatch described them as 2 teens in dark clothing. Take a listen.
Callers said they heard 4 gunshots in the area. The suspects are black male teenagers, all wearing black hoodies, blue jeans.
I'm still looking for the suspects. I'm not coming up with anything right now.
So those suspects, as you just heard, are still on the run after the shooting that happened at a busy intersection in Essex just before noon Sunday. People in the area who didn't want to go on camera say they had to duck for cover when shots rang out near Old Eastern and Selig Avenue. And this is just the latest incident of juvenile violence across the state. The city's first homicide victim of the year here was just 16 years old, Carver High School student Noah Gibson. And now we're hearing from mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon on what she believes the #1 focus should be for lawmakers this session.
Juvenile crime and coming out with a definitive plan. We've got to get a handle of it. 2023 was totally out of control when it came to juvenile crimes. We still have to send the message that young people have to be accountable. And we have to figure out, based on the crime that's being committed, if it's a very violent crime, then that has to be addressed. And you just can't let them go.
Now, while police continue to search for the suspects here in this Essex shooting, remember, if you have any information, you can report it anonymously to Metro Crime Stoppers, and you could be eligible for up to a $2,000 reward. Reporting live in Essex, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. In a state's attorney roundtable hosted by Fox 45 last week, some of the panelists sounded off on the Child Interrogation Protection Act. They want lawmakers to take action in Annapolis.
The law states that police can't question children without parental approval and an attorney present. That's designed to protect children's rights. But Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy argued that the law is hindering investigators.
If the parent wants their child to just tell the truth, Why can't they? I really think that we're putting parents in just a horrible position to say, we want to hold you accountable for your child, but you can't even hold your child accountable to you.
One of the things I always hear Senator Jill Carter say, poor black and brown children. We're saying, do black and brown children, poor black and brown children, or poor white children, or individuals who don't have the financial means, don't they deserve to have a lawyer sit next to them? Because God forbid all of us, our children would have lawyers sit next to them.
Well, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis following every step of this year's legislative session over the next 3 months. You can watch all of her coverage on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Happening this week, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court this week for her second trial.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with a closer look at the charges she's facing. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, that's right. Jury selection begins on Tuesday, and her trial this time is to defend herself on 2 counts of mortgage fraud. Now, it's possible that Marilyn Mosby and her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will take the stand this time. Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who's not associated with this case, says it could be difficult to prove Mosby's innocence if she doesn't take the stand. Take a listen to what he said.
It's very difficult to imagine how you could present that testimony through just Nick Mosby when it's her signature on the document, or else she'll be left exactly where she was before, and that's with no story to tell the jury. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for a jury to buy, given just her complexity as a public figure.
Mosby's accused of lying on mortgage applications surrounding her purchase of 2 vacation homes in Florida. Prosecutors say she failed to disclose a tax lien on one application, and then on the other vowed not to use the new home as a rental property, but did so anyway. In court last week, both sides disagreed on whether the jury should be allowed to view Mosby's recent divorce settlement with Nick Mosby. In the settlement, Mosby allegedly takes responsibility for the couple's tax lien. But since the document was filed long after the alleged fraud took place, Assistant U.S. Attorney Aaron Zielinski told the judge that, quote, it has no bearing whatsoever on whether the defendant lied on the mortgage application, end quote. Now, you remember back in November, a separate jury convicted Mosby of perjury. She's expected to be sentenced following the conclusion of this second trial. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow this trial as it progresses. You can follow along for the developments both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Weather causing trouble across the country. The communities being hit the worst by wind, snow, and much more.
And our next weather maker could bring up to 3 inches of snow to our region. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is tracking the timing of that system in his full weather authority forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, good morning, everybody. You want to use your extra caution this morning because we've had a significant snow coating in the early morning hours before sunrise. Air temps are way below freezing still, so we're going to continue to experience some slick conditions out there. The roads, the sidewalks, anything that's untreated. We stay below freezing today, and our next weather maker is already building in the Tennessee Valley, headed our way. We'll talk about what you can expect tonight from that part of the storm coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. The legality of Maryland's digital advertising tax is back in the spotlight. What a challenge to the 2022 law could mean for taxpayers.
And Harford County saw its fair share of headlines in 2023. After the break, Harford County Executive Bob Casserly joining us live in studio with the county's priorities in 2024. It is 7:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
(7:44), 2023 saw its fair share of headlines coming out of Harford County. As we look ahead to this new year, we are taking a look at what we can expect for 2024. As part of our Your Voice series, Harford County Executive Bob Casserly is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning on a cold and wintry.
I know.
Okay.
We're glad you made it in safely in the slick roads out there. All right. You just delivered your second annual State of the County address. As you're looking forward in this year, what are you seeing? What are your hopes and plans for this year?
Yeah. So I'm pretty optimistic. We just finished up my first full year in office, and the state of the county balanced both talking about what we just finished up and where we're going. The biggest challenge and the thing for us to address is the budget. We continue with a structural deficit, and the concern I have is I'm the sole Republican in the Big Eight, Republican county executive in the Big Eight county executives, looking forward to what Annapolis is doing, because we're all facing structural deficits and we're all challenged with the state's desire to throw huge money onto the education side. And we're watching how that's coming back, and for us to try to balance our budgets becoming increasingly difficult, because we.
And do you have a plan to be able to do that and support Kerwin?
Yeah, well, and there's the rub that we can do this provided the state cooperates. I mean, growing revenues becomes increasingly difficult in Maryland as we put ourselves in a position of being the high wage state and the high tax state and the high electricity cost state. And the General Assembly's pushing those initiatives on us. On the other side, the budget, the state, there's the big fear the state's trying to balance its budget by shifting the costs out to the counties, and that's what we see. Kerwin's shifted a huge piece of the $32 billion price tag for this. The counties are going to bear the burden for some of the compression of teachers' salaries, for the physical improvements to the classrooms, and so the lack of flexibility on that is really hurting. And then on the highway side, transportation, we see that the transportation budget, it's really pushing it back, taking our money and putting it to the state. So it's a challenge. We have a way forward, but we need the state to work with us and cooperate and not put a stranglehold on the counties.
You said that public safety is your #1 priority. This is the #1 priority of just the state in general. We've heard this coming from a lot of folks, all eyes on Annapolis to see what they're going to do, as are yours. You're looking at what's going to happen there.
Absolutely. So last year, Annapolis was during my first 2 months in office, so I couldn't focus much. But this year, looking at Annapolis, I was the guy who filibustered this whole Juvenile Justice Reform Act that's turned out to be such a disaster. I have to tell you, watching your piece this morning on the 4 Democrat state's attorneys of our largest jurisdictions standing up and saying enough is enough, we've got to get back to common sense, it's very heartening. And I really hope that the General Assembly members will watch this and recognize that these are 4 folks who are heavily invested in the community, as anybody in Annapolis is, but they understand the issues. They live this stuff day in and day out. They want to protect the kids. They love the kids too, but they recognize that you just can't have this current system. It's causing mayhem. And so I really hope the General Assembly members will take heed and listen to these 4 folks.
We talked about, when we were leading into this, headlines out of Harford County in 2023, some bumps in the road, which mostly had to do with relationships between different entities, you and your office and them. How are those relationships now? You have to govern in cooperation with all of these folks.
So look, I came in, the folks receiving the county benefits, the various agencies had the benefit of a sugar high, of an incredible amount of federal and state, but particularly federal funding. I was the guy who got to come in and say, Christmas is over. I got some bad news for you. You got to rein back your spending. That was not well received. People really freaked out on that. We've spent the last year really working hard with folks to make them understand this is not me being a bad guy. This is me doing what I got to do. And so we've working hard on those relationships. I'm hoping that we can all work together this year. I'm not raising taxes. I don't think they want to raise taxes either. And there's only so much money to go around. And as I mentioned, with the state pulling back on funding and the support and pushing more mandates, the situation is becoming serious. And so Harford County, we managed to get a AAA bond rating, and we're very proud of that. We just got word out of New York that we got that. But every one of the bonding agencies made the point that you got to watch your deficit. You're coming close here, and that's been my message all along.
All right. County Executive, thank you so much for coming in.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
You've got your grandsons here in studio, so I have to give them a shout out because they got up early on a day off of school. So
they're doing a great job. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
All right, we want to get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart now. He is tracking the next weather maker. They may get to sleep in tomorrow.
Yeah, like I said, some of the schools are definitely probably going to get that 4-day weekend, probably at least a 2-hour delay, extending the weekend a couple hours, right? Take a look at the setup here. We've got basically, the snow that we had earlier, that burst of snow, clearing the area. Interestingly, Harford County beginning to clear out, but still a little bit of snow here in Cecil County toward Elkton. We're going to see a lull in the action before things pick back up again late this afternoon and evening from the main round of snow, which is still off to the west toward the Tennessee Valley right now. Winter weather advisory is widespread. You're talking about New York all the way back west down into Roanoke, Virginia on this one. This is going to kick in this afternoon and extend all the way to Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. I think the snow itself will end well before 10 a.m. tomorrow, but we'll still be dealing with, obviously, anything on the ground. Got a coating out there this morning from that burst before sunrise of snow. It all stuck, and it's still sticking in spots that haven't been treated. You still have icy conditions because we are well down in the 20s, well below that freezing mark of 32 degrees. Well, we're at warmest in the mid-20s right now, from Essex to Baltimore, and even low 20s out toward Ellicott City this morning. So it is a wintry type MLK Day, no question about that. Never really above freezing today. A lull in the snow coming down, yes, but things set to ramp up again late this afternoon into the evening, and the snow will probably peak late tonight before clearing out tomorrow morning. Overall, the pattern is looking at basically a possible 3 to 4 inch total when you add the inch we got this morning, another maybe 2 to 3 tonight in spots. Some spots could wake up to as much as about 4 inches. This is going to be a light powdery type snow, but it doesn't matter when you're talking about slick roads, as that snow freezes on contact well below freezing tonight. Once again, down in the 20s. It is a wintry looking map. There's the core of our storm system that has yet to arrive down here in basically southeastern Tennessee. Cold, snowy conditions all over the northern part of the country. There's that main round. This is after 4 o'clock today. It ramps up and continues into the evening, lifts out of the state toward early Tuesday morning. In its wake, a couple inches of snow, more slick roads, more tough travels early on that Tuesday. Look how much cold air has come in out of the Arctic and invaded the country. You're talking about 0 right now in Omaha, 8 in St. Louis. Baltimore set to get some of that cold air working in as well. You can see we're never really above freezing Tuesday in the wake of that morning snow. Then sunny and bright Wednesday and Thursday, but tough to get above freezing either day. It's very winter-like. Friday, the chance for an additional winter weather maker. Stay tuned on that one.
All right, if we must. Calling all pet lovers, the World of Pets Expo is coming to the Maryland State Fairgrounds in Timonium, January 26th through the 28th.
It's always so much fun. From dogs and cats, they've got reptiles, birds, there's bunnies there. You're going to find them all. If you want to go for free, call the number on your screen, 410-469-8308. Caller number 10 right now wins 4 tickets worth $56. Good luck. Celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., how Baltimore is recognizing the work he undertook.
A contagious case of playoff fever in Baltimore, where fans of the Flock can gear up for kickoff as the Ravens wait to learn their divisional round opponent. Can your heart take it?
I don't think so.
All the football coming our way. Football and snow. Good time to be indoors with something warm.
Let's take a coffee break. Think about all that. Turning now to Sports Unlimited. While we wait to see who the Ravens will be playing and when this weekend, the team is hosting several events leading up to kickoff.
That's right. Coming up on Wednesday, January 17th, you can head to Lot D at M&T Bank Stadium and get a brand new Raven Eyes logo stenciled on your car. That's happening from 6 a.m. until 10 a.m.
On Thursday, the official Ravens playoff pop-up shop returns to M&T Bank Stadium. The store will be open from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. each day, and fans can park for free in Lot B if they decide to go.
Then it's the Purple Friday Fuel Up from 6 a.m. until 10 a.m. at Jimmy's Seafood. You can hang out with the morning crew at 98 Rock and meet some Ravens legends, cheerleaders, and get a lot of amazing giveaways. For a full list of events, be sure to head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
And we'd love to see how you're showing off your purple pride. You can share your pictures and your videos with Fox 45 News. All you have to do is scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all of your pictures and videos. And this is powered by Stackla.
Well, Maryland is waking up to some snow on the ground, and there is more on the way. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is back after the break with the impact our next weather maker will have. 7:58, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Coming up, winter weather is on the way. There may have been a few flakes this morning, but we are tracking even more coming this evening into early tomorrow. In just a minute, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has more on what exactly we can expect.
And today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. In the next few minutes, we're going to dive into all the exciting events to celebrate his achievements.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, January 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. It is MLK Day, so hopefully many of you are at home, away up from the weather. But tomorrow, things could be different.
We're keeping a close eye on all of it. We've got meteorologist Wyatt Everhart taking us through the timing and what's coming.
Yeah, Patrice, Megan, I mean, look, we've already had a little taste of this storm system this morning, a little early opening round, if you will. That coating creating slick roads, a lot of wrecks this morning on the roads from spinouts, unfortunately. And now the main storm is winding up, set to push in a little bit later today. So we'll still have some snow showers this morning, don't get me wrong. And you're certainly still going to have to watch for slick, untreated areas on foot and by car. But once we get into the latter part of the day, these sub-freezing temperatures that are in place across the state will mean that any snow that begins even this afternoon will also be sticking on contact to any untreated surface. So that winter weather advisory starting this afternoon, continuing right into the night, because you see all the snow from Roanoke back through Knoxville and all the way back into Huntsville, Alabama. Actually, that is all headed in our direction tonight and into the early part of the day tomorrow. So get ready for it. We have more wintry weather on tap for you. If you like this morning, you'll love tonight. We'll talk more about the wintry setup for the midweek into the weekend. It's coming up.
All right, Wyatt. Well, this pause in action creating some huge improvements out there on the roads. Our Len Stoller Traffic Network now showing a live look over Ruxton Road, Charles Street, smooth sailing through there. 95 that we saw those significant delays, now smooth sailing as well, much improved from earlier. Well, this morning in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News has obtained surveillance video from a deadly shooting in Pigtown, making it the third homicide in 2024.
The video shows two suspects enter a barbershop along Washington Boulevard, at which point people begin scrambling and ducking for cover inside the shop. Seconds later, you see at the top of the screen, the victim attempts to run away before the suspects open fire. They're chasing him and they kill him. A barber inside that shop says the violence is hitting just too close to home. He hopes that lawmakers do something to get illegal guns off the streets.
How they getting in their hands? Where are they coming from? Why are they so easy access?
In Annapolis, Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown is proposing a law to go after gun manufacturers. He plans to push for a public nuisance law holding gun makers responsible for gun crimes.
Political analyst John Dede calls that plan a distraction from the state's real gun issues.
It draws attention to the gun problem, but it doesn't solve the problem. That's an easy target to basically say, hey, we're going after this. No one's talking about, maximum sentences for carrying and things like that, and doing other penalties that would discourage gun use.
Dede says it's not likely the proposal will get any traction, and if it were to become law, it would be immediately challenged in court.
Well, today celebrates the birthday of civil rights leader Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Just 4 days after King's assassination in 1968, U.S. Representative John Conyers introduced legislation for a federal holiday to honor the fallen leader. However, the first national celebration of MLK Day did not take place until 1986, after years of advocacy. In just about 30 minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with information on events that are happening today to honor MLK. Well, some services, meantime, will be closed in observance of the federal holiday. The United States Postal Service will not be delivering mail today. Most non-essential government services like libraries and city offices will also be closed. Major retail and grocery stores, though, like Target, Walmart, Costco, they will be open. And FedEx says they'll be open, but with modified services. Well, as we celebrate civil rights leader Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. today, there are plenty of activities to take part in.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with some of the events in his honor today. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Megan and Patrice. And that's exactly right. There are a lot of events happening today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., including the Baltimore City annual MLK Day Parade. Of course, if you're planning on walking in that parade, you want to make sure that you're being cautious because these sidewalks are very slippery from the snow that we got overnight and just with how the temperature is below freezing. So definitely want to be cautious with that. But the parade is actually going to be starting just behind me here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and North Utah Street. The parade starts at noon and several roads will be closed before, during, and after the parade. That sign you're looking at now already out there warning of some of those road closures. Some of the other events happening today, though, include United Way of Central Maryland will host nearly 100 volunteers at 10 this morning to create warmth kits, mental health kits, and no-sew blankets as a way to honor MLK Jr. with a day of service. There's also the 11th annual Peace Walk happening today at St. Bernardine Catholic Church, which is also starting at noon. At 1:30 today, a mural will be installed inside the Cecil Kirk Recreation Center, which will entail words of positivity, encouragement, and affirmation to uplift the youth and, of course, honor Dr. King. And finally, mayoral candidate Wendy Bozell will attend a mayoral forum being held at the Friendship Baptist Church at 6 tonight. That forum also in honor of Dr. King. So as I just explained, there are a lot of great events and days of service happening today to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. For more details, though, on road closures due to today's parade, you want to make sure to visit the Baltimore City Department of Transportation website. They're also encouraging people just to be safe walking out on the sidewalks today. And also, if you have to be out driving, of course, you want to take it slow there. And definitely want to make sure that you're bundled up if you're attending any of these events today. So not a bad idea to have a hat, gloves, and, of course, a warm jacket on as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. If you are going to any of the MLK events around the city today, you can share your pictures and your videos with Fox 45. Just scan the QR code that you see there on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all of your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Stackla. Coming up, Maryland's digital advertising tax is facing a legal challenge. Stay tuned for the latest on the development and what it could mean for businesses, taxpayers, and education funding.
And we're seeing snow showers across central Maryland this morning, beginning to let up, but a new weather maker en route as we speak. We'll talk about that one straight ahead.
8:11 now. The Department of Homeland Security is accusing the state of Texas of blocking Border Patrol agents from saving a migrant woman and 2 children from drowning.
This happened Friday night in the Rio Grande, just across from Shelby Park and Eagle Pass, which Texas Governor Greg Abbott seized last week in a bid to make migrant crossings difficult. According to DJS, Texas National Guardsmen denied Border Patrol agents access to the park despite receiving distress messages. Texas's military department says they found nothing in their search of the area, but later said they saw Mexican authorities responding to a situation. The White House says it is still gathering the facts, but argues that it shouldn't have been Abbott's agents conducting the search.
Coming up, a shooting in Essex kills 2 teenagers. In our second half hour, we have the latest from investigators and the pressure mounting on lawmakers in Annapolis.
And a legal challenge to Maryland's digital advertising law. Stay tuned for what this means for taxpayers and schools after the break. It is 8:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. The legality of Maryland's digital advertising tax, it is back in the spotlight as a federal appeals court is now directing a lower court to consider the merits of a challenge to that 2022 law. This has been back and forth here this morning. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live to weigh in on what this could mean for businesses, for consumers, and then, David, obviously for taxpayers as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan. And this is a simple but controversial tax because what this does, it looks at Google, Facebook, and Amazon and says there's a 10% tax when you advertise in the state of Maryland. The reason why this is so controversial, it's never been done before. And there have been a lot of legal challenges at the state and at the federal level. The state, last year in the summer, the state Supreme Court dismissed the appeals. But now on the federal level, and this is where it's getting really interesting, there were 4 appeals. Now, 3 of them were dismissed, but the one is a free speech appeal, which sounds kind of strange to a tax, but what Google and these other companies wanted to do was put a line item on the bill saying this is what the tax is. And the state said, no, you can't do that. You can't put a line item. So they consider that to be free speech. And that's why it's getting really strange and why there's so much controversy right now over this new law.
So it can get muffled. It can get muddied here. What would this latest ruling mean for us, for taxpayers?
Here's the problem, is that the state is looking at all this revenue, and they look at about $250 million a year of revenue from this tax, and they want to spend this on education.
Right.
The Kerwin Commission, here's the problem. Since 2022, since the tax has been active, it's only raised $170 million. So that's almost 2 years of revenue. And they're saying $250 million a year. So again, Maryland has this problem. They have a spending problem. They have a revenue problem. And this isn't going to help. And this is not going to help the structural deficit. And that's why it's so important. What happens to this court case is so important for the legislators as they go back to Annapolis.
Just so we make sure we understand this, what happens then, David, to that revenue if the law is reversed?
Gone. Completely gone, and there's a $250 million hole in the budget, and a hole that Maryland can't afford. So that's why it's so critical to see what the federal courts do. And quite frankly, Megan, this may go to the Supreme Court because of the constitutionality and the constitutional questions around this law. So there's a lot that has to be done. But, you know, if you're in Annapolis and you're looking at this revenue that may not be coming in, it's another shot, right? It's another shot to the budget.
That's a lot of money. David, again, thanks for bringing our attention to this. We'll be following to see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 8:17 now, and we need to get back to the story of the day.
Yeah, the weather. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with the next weather maker already had that, what'd you call it, the jab? Is that what we had?
We took the jab this morning, right?
Yeah.
The little burst, and the uppercut comes in this evening. How about that?
Don't like it.
Or at least a hook. I mean, I don't know. It's not a powerful storm, but it's going to be enough to create several inches of snow. How about that tonight? And that's going to create probably more road problems early Tuesday morning. Similar, but slightly different than what we had this morning. Take a look. A lot of the snow shower activity we had early this morning clearing out now. That's the good news. The bad news is as this slowly exits, for example, Bel Air and Harford County now, we are still talking about sub-freezing temperatures the rest of the day. So anything that's fallen, it froze on contact if it wasn't a treated surface, and it's not going anywhere today, I can tell you that. The next round coming in this afternoon. That's why we have this widespread winter weather advisory from Philly all the way back down through Harrisonburg and Fredericksburg, including the entire 95 corridor, Baltimore, D.C., and all the way out into West Virginia. There's winter storm warnings with this particular system and those higher elevations. Bottom line, the bulk of the moisture with the storm is not into Maryland yet. We just got the, again, early kind of tip of the spear. The main spear does arrive late this afternoon and through the night tonight. See that coating of snow out there toward M&T Bank Stadium. Watch for slick spots, even just out walking the dogs today, for example. There's going to be some slick spots walking around. 25, way below freezing. We're lucky to get to 30 degrees today. Remember, freezing point, 32. We don't get there today, and we're back down in the 20s tonight. So that means everything that falls with this next round of snow, the main round, will stick instantly as well. Wintry cold day, no question about that for this MLK 2024. Snow moving in again this afternoon. After that burst we already had this morning, it's an afternoon and evening round. Next, you know, we add maybe another 2 to 4 on top of the inch or so many of us had this morning. So storm total accumulations, a lot of them will be 3 or 4 inches before it's all out of here early Tuesday. You see that snow extending back west into the Tennessee Valley. That's where the main area of low pressure is. This is going to steadily slide eastward, and as it does so, look for that snow to ramp up again this afternoon and tonight. After that, much colder air settles into Maryland midweek. That means everything that falls tonight as this thing ramps up again, this will stay around. It is not going to just melt off like it does so many times in Maryland the day after it snows. In this case, we're going to see a couple of days with the white stuff on the ground. Even though the sunshine will be coming out, I think, midweek, it will also come with some Arctic air. Look at this. 0 now in Chicago. That is not the wind chill. That is the high temperature forecast for the day. A balmy 2 below in Minneapolis for their high temperature today. Unbelievable. Cold conditions settling into Maryland as well. We're never out of the 20s on Wednesday. We've got some nighttime lows in the teens Wednesday night as well. So cold weather midweek. And yes, one more winter weather maker right now looking to track in on Friday. We'll be watching that one carefully as well.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. We want to take you live Out on the roads with our Len Stoller mobile track. We are on the inner loop here in Towson heading towards Parkville. Roads are clear, but again, they are freezing. So be mindful of that. Could still be slick, and it just looks wintry out there right now. Well, top House Republicans are threatening to punish federal workers who participate in a planned walkout protesting the Biden administration's support for Israel.
In a statement on social media, House Speaker Mike Johnson says government workers participating in the protests deserve to be fired and that he and Congressman James Comer will make sure of it. According to the Middle East-focused news site Al Monitor, federal workers across nearly 24 agencies, including the White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department, plan to walk off the job on Tuesday. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is heading back to court tomorrow. Stay tuned for more on the charges she's facing and a preview of the proceedings.
Coming up, we are jumping for a good cause. Stay tuned for an organization that is promoting physical fitness in an exciting and child-friendly way. It's 8:21 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Working out while putting on an impressive show. These kids are doing it all.
We are live this morning talking with a member of the Kangaroo Kids. We've got Foster Sarasak, and he's got more on how the team does what they do because it is amazing. Good morning, Foster.
Good morning. How are you?
We are great. All right, so talk about what goes into the routines that you all impress people with.
Well, so our routines are choreographed by our jumpers ourselves, and we practice so much to make sure that they are perfect and show ready, basically.
And Foster, you have been through this. Obviously, you're now a leader, a role model to those going through this. What did this mean for you? What was Kangaroo Kids for your life?
Well, Kangaroo Kids is just, it's really just like a hobby for me, but I've just taken it each level of the way up and now it's just become my life now.
It's everything.
So when you say your life, what are we talking about in terms of practice? How many days, how many hours?
So usually we practice 5 to 6 days a week for about 2 hours each day.
Wow. That's dedication.
And we're excited. You guys are coming to the Be More Healthy Expo here soon, and you're going to be performing.
Yeah, we are.
And we're going to jump in with you. Do you approve of that? Is that good with you?
Yeah, we are very excited to have you guys with us jumping.
Oh, you might not be once you see us, though. You'll be like, oh, what have they done to our routine?
They barely look out of breath, too. They got this.
But the fact that they choreograph it themselves, I think that's also impressive. That's a whole different skill set there. So, well, Foster, thank you so much. We're going to let everybody know more information about you guys. It's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, coming up, we've got snow on the ground in Maryland. Stay with us for the latest on the winter weather and what we can expect later today into early tomorrow.
This week, Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court for her second trial. Coming up next, the legal expert explains why it's so important for Mosby to testify this time around. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Monday, January 15th, MLK Day. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's go ahead and start with our forecast because, I mean, some folks are probably marching today with the parade.
Yep.
Meteorologist White Everhart with a look at what those conditions are like.
Well, you're going to have to dress warm out there, and I think good foot gear, right? That's grippy because we're going to have some slick spots on the surfaces because we're not really going to get above freezing at all today, and we've been in the 20s all morning. As this burst of snow came through early this morning, it all stuck on contact, and now just a few really flurries left on radar. This is not much snow, but again, again, everything that has already come down is not going anywhere. It's not going to melt off today in any real way because we're in the 20s and it'll be a tough fight to get to 30 today. So we stay below freezing in Baltimore, and that sets the stage for our next weather maker due in this evening. That's why we have that winter weather advisory up through tomorrow morning, because you see all the snow out here in Tennessee, Chattanooga, Asheville, Johnson City. It's all headed our way later on tonight. We'll talk more about that storm and the deep freeze for the midweek. All this good news, it's coming up.
Right, Wyatt, we'll be ready. Thank you. Well, developing now, Baltimore County Police are searching for suspects after 2 teenagers were shot in Essex.
Now, this comes as frustration continues to mount surrounding juvenile crime and what some are calling a lack of action from lawmakers.
Shannon Lilly joining us from the Baltimore County Police Essex Precinct with the latest on the investigation and calls for accountability in Annapolis. Shannon.
Well, thankfully, Baltimore County Police tell us those 2 teens who were shot over the weekend are expected to recover from their injuries. But meanwhile, this morning, County Police are still searching for the person or people who shot them. Right now, the age of those suspects are not known, but police dispatch described them as 2 teens in dark clothing. Take a listen.
Caller said there were 4 gunshots in the area. The suspects are black male teenagers, all wearing black hoodies, blue jeans.
I'm still looking for the suspects. I'm not coming up with anything right now.
So those suspects, as you just heard, are still on the run after the shooting that happened at a busy intersection in Essex just before noon Sunday. People in the area who didn't want to go on camera say they had to duck for cover when shots rang out near Old Eastern and Selig Avenue. And this is just the latest incident of juvenile violence across the state. The city's first homicide victim of the year was just 16 years old, Carver High School student Noah Gibson. Now we're hearing from mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon on what she believes the #1 focus should be for lawmakers this session.
Juvenile crime and coming out with a definitive plan. We've got to get a handle of it. 2023 was totally out of control when it came to juvenile crime. We still have to send the message that young people have to be accountable. And we have to figure out, based on the crime that's being committed, if it's a very violent crime, then that has to be addressed. And you just can't let them go.
Meanwhile, the search for the suspects in this Essex shooting continues. And remember, if you have any information regarding this shooting, you are urged to call the Metro Crime Stoppers, where you can remain anonymous and you could be eligible for up to a $2,000 reward. Reporting in Essex, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. In a state's attorney roundtable hosted by Fox 45 last week, some of the panelists sounded off on the Child Interrogation Protection Act. They want lawmakers to take action in Annapolis.
Now, the law states police can't question children without parental approval and an attorney present designed to protect children's rights. But Baltimore City State Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State Attorney Aisha Braveboy argue the law hinders investigators.
If the parent wants their child to just tell the truth, why can't they? I really think that we're putting parents in just a horrible position to say, we want to hold you accountable for your child, but you can't even hold your child accountable to you.
One of the things I always hear Senator Jill Carter say, poor black and brown children. We're saying, do black and brown children, poor black and brown children, or poor white children, or individuals who don't have the financial means, don't they deserve to have a lawyer sit next to them? Because God forbid all of us, our children, would have lawyers sit next to them.
Happening this week, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court this week for her second trial.
Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at the charges she's facing in this go-round. Olivia.
Well, that's right, Megan and Taylor, and jury selection begins on Tuesday. And this time, Marilyn Mosby is defending herself on 2 counts of mortgage fraud. It's possible that Marilyn Mosby and her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will testify this time around. Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who is not associated with this case, says that it could be difficult to prove Mosby's innocence if she doesn't take the stand. Take a listen to exactly what he said.
It's very difficult to imagine how you could present that testimony through just Nick Mosby when it's her signature on the document, or else she'll be left exactly where she was before, and that's with no story to tell the jury. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at, what do you do for a living? how complicated are you as a person? So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for a jury to buy, given just her complexity as a public figure.
Now, Mosby's accused of lying on mortgage applications surrounding her purchase of 2 vacation homes in Florida. Prosecutors say she failed to disclose a tax lien on one application and then on the other vowed not to use the new home as a rental property, but did so anyway. In court last week, both sides disagreed on whether the jury should be allowed to view Mosby's recent divorce settlement with Nick Mosby. In the settlement, Mosby allegedly takes responsibility for the couple's tax lien. But since the document was filed long after the alleged fraud took place, Assistant U.S. Attorney Aaron Zielinski told the judge that, quote, it has no bearing whatsoever on whether the defendant lied on the mortgage application, end quote. And you remember back in November, a separate jury convicted Mosby of perjury. She's expected to be sentenced following the conclusion of the second trial. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Looking ahead this morning, in just over a month, the Baltimore City Council will begin hearings on the $500 million redevelopment of Harbor Place. However, new voices are now emerging, opposing the plan on the table.
That's right. This group called the Inner Harbor Coalition says they have multiple concerns with the redevelopment plans, including those new high-rise apartments and offices that would be built right around the harbor. The coalition says it's considering pursuing an alternative referendum for city voters to weigh in on, or even legal action.
All of us were shocked by this monstrosity of a project that we had no idea was coming down the pike. One goal is slow down the process, don't railroad it, don't steamroll it, step back, think about it, think about what we're doing, because this is too important for the future of Baltimore City.
One of the developers for the new Harbor Place project, David Brambo, responded to the opposition, writing in a statement, quote, ultimately, the people of Baltimore will have a vote in November on whether they agree with our vision or not. Competing ballot questions doesn't change that fact.
Mayor Brandon Scott also responding, saying it is understandable that people want their voices heard and the city will provide opportunities for community input on the plan. He also criticized the groups pushing back on the plan, saying they're not providing a viable alternative to improve Harbor Place and that they lack the vision to improve it.
Coming up, a new study exposes gaps in medical coverage for marginalized communities. Just ahead, we have why strokes are more likely among Black Americans.
Meantime, we are tracking your next weather maker with 3 inches of snow possibly coming into Maryland. Stay tuned as students may soon look to a 4-day weekend. Stick with Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Time now, 8:41. You're taking a live look from our Chevy Storm Tracker, where Shannon Lilly is heading up Falls Road. Stick around in our 9 o'clock hour for an update on those road conditions. But first, let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart for an overview and the latest on this storm system.
Taylor, you saw the snow-coated road there, and that's from that burst we had earlier this morning. Now, radar is showing some slow but steady improvement out there across the immediate Baltimore area, but a little bit slower to clear on that northeast corner as you go toward Bel Air and Elkton, just beginning to clear out from that burst of snow. And temperatures so low, all of this stuck instantly on contact. Temperatures are down in the 20s this morning, and they're not going to get much above 30 today. So as our next main round of winter weather comes in out of the Tennessee Valley, gets in here this afternoon and tonight, it's all going to stick as well. We'll talk more about that one coming up.
All right, well, here's a look at your headlines coming up in the next 30 minutes. There may be snow in Maryland, but Maine already faced flooding over the weekend. After the break, a deep dive into the weekend storms that struck across the U.S. And just ahead, a new study shows Black Americans are more likely to have a stroke than their white counterparts. We'll take a closer look at the medical inequalities and the cause for the disparity. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. A new study is shining a spotlight on the prevalence of strokes in marginalized communities. Medical reporter Barbara Morse has more in a recently published 22-year-long study that explores why Black Americans face a higher stroke risk than their white counterparts.
The original purpose and design of this study was meant to look at inequities over time between Black and white adults.
Those inequities were tracked between 1993 and 2015. Not only did Black adults face strokes at higher rates, 50 to 80% higher than their white counterparts, the study found those strokes, on average, occurred nearly 10 years earlier in Black people.
We saw especially high rates of stroke among those 35 to 54 years of age.
Study author Dr. Tracy Madsen, a researcher at Brown University, points to a few possible reasons why: lack of access to care and higher rates of risk factors such as high blood pressure and diabetes.
Those risk factors are much more common in Black compared with white adults and likely are contributing to that younger age. The next step is really to figure out what are the interventions that can work to help eliminate these inequities. So things like multi-level interventions that start in the community, increasing access to healthcare within communities, for example, all the way up to state and federal legislation and policies that affect whether or not people have access to preventive care.
Meantime, and this message is for all.
Know your risk factors, your blood pressure, cholesterol, whether or not you have diabetes, lifestyle factors like smoking.
The study participants over the 22-year period were from the greater Cincinnati, northern Kentucky area, and it's ongoing. I'm medical reporter Barbara Morse.
All right, with snow on the ground in Maryland, we're taking a live look at the winter storms that struck all over the U.S. But take a look here at the JFX North Avenue. Now, on Saturday, though, U.S. Airlines canceled thousands of flights, including hundreds coming in and out of Chicago International. Heavy snow also driving some heavy delays at airports in Detroit, Milwaukee, Toronto. And it all comes as Alaska Airlines canceled hundreds of flights after grounding that Boeing 737 MAX 9 jet. You recall that panel that blew off a plane mid-flight just last week. Meanwhile, water levels on Maine's coast hit a historic high over the weekend, swamping coastal communities that were already dealing with a storm from earlier that week. 2 to 4 inches of rain fell across the southern part of the state, causing, as you see, some flooding on low-lying streets and businesses. Meantime, the city of Portland eclipsed the high tide record set in 1978. During that blizzard, those water levels rising over 14.5 feet above sea level as storm surge prompted rescues along the coastline this weekend. It even caused the destruction of 2 historic fishing sacks dating back 200 years. But the big story here today, the weather in Iowa. Now, as Iowa continues to behold those caucuses, heavy snow, frigid winds swept through the state just days ahead of the GOP caucuses tonight. Now, in response, Donald Trump canceled 3 of his 4 planned appearances, opting to hold virtual rallies instead. Meanwhile, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, they're both plowing forward as they make those last-ditch efforts to get voters to come on their side as those caucuses get underway today. Well, turning back now to our neck of the woods, where we're still seeing that snow starting to cover the street, and a few slowdowns will keep you updated. But let's go ahead and get with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart for an overview of the system that is moving into our region.
Taylor, watching those stories, I mean, you think about that, the flooding, rain, and wind scenario we had just a few days ago. Now we're into full winter mode. Burst of snow came through this morning. Slick road conditions and slick sidewalks are going to be a concern all day because we're going to stay below freezing. Not that there was a lot of snow this morning, didn't need to be, just enough to coat things, and that's what we have, an icy coating out there on many, many spots. Bel Air with a few snow showers left, but clearing out pretty quickly here. Our winter storm advisory for the main event, so to speak, actually begins this afternoon and will run through 10 a.m. Tuesday morning, though I do expect the storm itself to be gone before that. I think we'll probably be clear by 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. But you see how widespread that advisory is from New York City all the way back down into Richmond and Roanoke, and winter storm warnings up for parts of West Virginia and Kentucky. This is the system coming out of Tennessee and the Tennessee Valley now, and to bring additional moisture, winter moisture into the state as we go into the night. Interesting, Maryland, so many times we worry about that rain snow line. Not a concern this time. Plenty of Arctic air to work with. Anything that comes down will be snow. 26 today as we speak, and widespread 20s. We'll probably, edge our way up to 30, 31, maybe 32 degrees in the city itself. But for the most part, we're going to stay below freezing today. Widespread 20s still across the metro area. And you see it's just a slow climb to get to about 30 today. Brightening up a little midday lull, but still mostly cloudy. Then that main round of snow moving in after 4 o'clock today, coming in this evening and hanging around into the early part of the overnight. So that early snow burst basically clear now, but still slick from that. More snow this afternoon and evening, and ultimately another 2 to 4 inches possible as we go into the overnight and by the time it all clears out Tuesday morning. So enough snow to create some travel trouble spots, certainly some delays at minimum for back to school, back to work type things on Tuesday. Here we go right now. Again, snow becoming less prevalent in Maryland for the moment, but that main system still set to come in as we go into the afternoon. Also much colder air behind this area of low pressure. So yes, we're going to get hit by the system tonight, and then ultimately as this storm ramps up this afternoon and evening and then quickly clears out into tomorrow morning. Behind it, the cold air funnels in. And so whatever we do get in your neighborhood, if you get, let's say, 2 inches, 2 inches is going to stick around a while because we've got Arctic air coming in behind the system. And you see it out there with high temperatures today, only reaching 0 in places like Chicago, or how about a balmy, 8 degrees in St. Louis. So here we go. Cold air, Arctic. Maryland catches the edge of that Arctic air mass, so we're tough time getting out of the below freezing numbers until probably Thursday this week. Our next chance for some wintry weather, by the way, coming in toward Friday. At the moment, our Ravens playoff weekend looking relatively dry. Back to you.
All right, well, get this. NASA is boasting a new experimental aircraft with no forward-facing windows, so pilots won't be able to see out of them, okay? That is right. This new design ditches the windows to cut down on air resistance. Instead, it uses an advanced external vision system of high-resolution cameras and sensors. NASA's deputy administrator says this new development could spell the future for aviation.
So this groundbreaking technology is really a beacon guiding us towards a future where visibility barriers in aircraft design can be overcome with this inventive solution.
The X-59 is said to fly at 1.4 times the speed of sound, or 925 miles per hour. That could cut the flight time from New York to LA in half. Wow. Well, coming up, an AI takeover at Sam's Club. Stay tuned for how the food market is using artificial intelligence and their plans to replace certain jobs by the end of the year. And it is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Celebrate how his life and legacy played out right here in the Baltimore region. We've got the latest on the events that are happening here. And now it's time for a coffee break. Let's everyone grab a glass, kids included since they're home. Topping your morning business report, Sam's Club is expanding its use of artificial intelligence. Instead of a Sam's employee checking customer receipts when they leave the store, AI is going to take over that job. The AI tool will scan customers' shopping carts as they exit to verify all purchases, even big items like TVs or beds. Nearly all 600 Sam Club stores will have this technology come the end of the year. A Texas man, meantime, suing for a lifetime of free shopping trips at where else other than Walmart. He was accused of shoplifting. Roderick Jackson filed his second lawsuit against Walmart for, quote, false pretense of shoplifting at a store in Omaha, Nebraska. This was back in 2021. Jackson says he's suing for a civil rights violation based on race or color and is seeking $100 million in damages or free shopping at any Walmart stores for the rest of his life. Walmart says Jackson's first lawsuit in 2021 was dismissed and says these allegations are without merit. Pixar is reportedly set to slash jobs this year. This is according to Variety. Some staffers will be let go in the back half of 2024. The exact number of workers affected is not yet clear, but the expected layoffs come as Disney wraps production on several films and TV shows. Wall Street closed for the holiday, but when traders come back on Tuesday, it'll be another winning week. Lowe's cheers there as investors are expecting more rate cuts from Federal Reserve leaders as that recent wholesale inflation report just dropped. Let's go ahead and get over to America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Now this is a great gift. This is the Snuggleback. It's something unique people won't already have, especially for people who have everything. And I can't think of a better solution for those colder months. I'm always freezing, so this is perfect for me. Now, I have a daughter in college, and she's writing papers up late at night and sitting in a chair like this for hours, and this will make her feel so cozy while she's working. It also has this super soft, look at this, Sherpa lining, and it just feels so luxurious. And it's great for the office because so many offices are air-conditioned, and if you do bring it in for work, it folds up so nicely like this, so you can walk in looking very professional instead of dragging in a blanket. And I love using mine when I'm paying bills or sending emails late at night. It's also machine washable, and it's better than using a regular blanket because those get caught in the wheels of the chair, or they slip off or they drag off, and that's not fun. Look how easily it straps onto the back of this chair. So it's really secure. And right now we're offering 25% off on the Snuggleback. So I want you to head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. Those unique people in your life, they don't have this. This is a great gift.
It is 9 o'clock and we're following three big stories. The city's latest killing caught on camera. Coming up, the Calls for Peace as the city marks 3 homicides this new year.
And as we brace for snow, those in Iowa are already in the thick of it. Coming up, how it's impacting today's big caucus and the GOP race for the White House. Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, January 15th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Taylor Stewart.
We are tracking the next weather maker. We got a glimpse of it this morning.
That's right, but more to come. Let's go ahead and take a look from our store. Wow, look at that squall. You can see that storm moving in, and it's out within a 2-hour window here.
This was what you saw yesterday through the area. We saw a little bit of that this morning too, but we're talking about more significant snow coming later this evening.
That's right. For a closer look, let's start with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at the conditions outside right now.
Taylor, Patricia, yeah, I mean, look, kind of the tip of the spear this morning, right? That little burst of snow. The thing was, air temperatures, and I'm showing you now, they were so far below freezing that everything stuck. And so we had those slick conditions out there. We still have slick areas, no question about it. Drive with caution out there, as anything untreated could still be very slick. Things tapered off to just flurries for the moment, but look on the left part of your screen. You see all that snow down toward Tennessee, western North Carolina? That is tracking our direction. It gets in here later this afternoon. So our winter weather advisory
advisory is up for this afternoon and will continue right through the night as that system arrives into the state and brings with it that snow that you see out there toward Knoxville right now. Much more on the impacts of that storm and what we can expect in the week ahead. Very cold looking week. It's coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Well, as he just said, the snow we saw this morning, that's really just the start of things we know, and we're keeping an eye on the evening into early tomorrow.
That's right. For a closer look at the current conditions, let's go to Shannon Lilly in the Chevy Storm Tracker. Shannon, where are you?
Hey, Taylor and Patrice. Yeah, we are in Timonium, so we're just off of York Road on Oakway Road right now. So this is a small secondary neighborhood road, and you can see here the snow is still covering this roadway. I know it doesn't look like a lot, but that can be deceiving. We have seen some sliding going on. We were over in Essex earlier in the morning. We were seeing quite a few cars sliding on the smaller neighborhood roads. We also felt ourselves slide a few times, so it is slick out here. Some of the major roadways, like I-83, we took that, 695, all of those interstates, they're looking a lot better. This morning when we were out driving around 4:30 in the morning, not so good, but those interstates now looking pretty much clear. But again, as we drive through these neighborhood roads, you can see just how slick they are, covered in snow still. A lot of these smaller roads, it doesn't appear that they were treated. A lot of this was sort of a surprise in a way. And so, yeah, still seeing the impacts here on these smaller roads. But next, we're actually going to be heading towards the Patapsco light rail station, where we are hearing that people are waiting 2.5 hours at the light rail station because of delays from the MTA buses, and the MTA, MDOT just putting out a statement about that. But again, people had been waiting for 2 hours, we're hearing. So we're going to head in that direction and see what's going on, and we'll check back in with you guys in hopefully about 30 minutes or so and give you guys an update. But for now, if you are out on the roads, just take it slow. I mean, especially see here as we are moving downhill, we are going as slow as possible, because it's easy to slide in these conditions on icy bridges, overpasses. That's where especially you want to be careful. So just keep that in mind as you head out this morning. But Taylor and Patrice, we'll send it back into you for now.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, we've got some late breaking news here. The weather is now prompting the city to cancel today's Martin Luther King Day parade. This news coming just hours before the parade was set to kick off. We've got Olivia Dance live with the latest and a look at the other events still going on to honor Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor, definitely some events still happening today, but unfortunately the mayor did just announce that the Baltimore annual MLK Day parade has been canceled due to winter weather. You saw some of the conditions where Shannon was, but take a look here off of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. This is where the parade was supposed to start. You can see a coating of snow on the sidewalks, and it's not going anywhere because the temperatures here are below freezing. We're still seeing a little bit of snow flurries falling here as well. But as Taylor mentioned, as we know, there are still a lot of other events happening in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. today. United Way of Central Maryland will host nearly 100 volunteers coming up at 10 this morning to create warmth kits, mental health kits, and no-sew blankets as a way to honor MLK Jr. with a day of service. There's also the 11th annual Peace Walk happening today at St. Bernardine Catholic Church, which is starting at noon. At 1:30 today, a mural will be installed in the Cecil Kirk Recreation Center, which will entail words of positivity, encouragement, and affirmation to uplift the youth and, of course, honor Dr. King. And finally, mayoral candidate Wendy Bozell will attend a mayoral forum being held at the Friendship Baptist Church at 6 tonight. That forum also in honor of Dr. King. But again, the annual Baltimore MLK Day parade is canceled because of weather. A representative from the mayor's office told me that they're still working on getting information out there about rescheduling this parade, but they said that it was a tough decision, but one that has the safety of the public as their best interest. So, you see the conditions out here now, and we're expecting more snow on the way. So if you do have to be out and about, walking on the sidewalks or driving on the roads, you want to make sure that you're taking it slow, using a lot of caution, and definitely want to bundle up because it is very cold out here. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thanks, Olivia. If you are going to any MLK events around the city today, around our region, go ahead and share your pictures and videos with us. All you have to do, scan that QR code on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all of your pictures and videos. The platform is powered by Stackla. Will be closed in observance of the federal holiday today. The United States Postal Service will not deliver mail today. Most non-essential government services like libraries, city offices will also be closed. Major retail and grocery stores like Target, Walmart, and Costco will be open. FedEx will also be open, but with modified service hours.
Developing now, just as we are bracing for snow, that storm already hitting Iowa. And that is where tonight Republican voters will gather to caucus for their pick for the Republican presidential nominee.
That's right. Candidates have been thrown some last-minute curveballs with some brutal weather across the state now. Sinclair national correspondent Atra Allen-Shar joins us live from Des Moines, Iowa. And Atra, what could this mean for voter turnout today?
Hey, good morning, Taylor and Patrice. Well, the fear of all the campaigns is that these brutal temperatures, the snowy, icy roads are going to keep people home tonight. However, they have had days to plan for this and come up with contingency plans. First, looking at the Trump campaign, they're really relying on people who live in rural areas to turn out. So what the Trump campaign has been doing is calling up their supporters in those areas, seeing who has vehicles with four-wheel drive and seeing if they can help usher supporters to the polls. The Nikki Haley campaign, on the other hand, they're looking more at the suburbs where the roads are plowed. There's more moderate voters that Nikki Haley's trying to appeal to. And typically those folks really only have to drive a couple minutes to their caucus locations, so they may not be as affected by this cold weather as those folks in the rural areas may be. And I should note, in many counties, the rural counties, oftentimes I believe it's about 24 of them only have one caucus location, these super sites. So that may be an issue for them. But looking at Ron DeSantis's campaign, you know, weather aside, he has been downplaying expectations for turnout for him tonight. And Vivek Ramaswamy's been doing actually the exact opposite. He says the polls that show him in the single digits are wrong and that he's going to have a strong showing. But talking to sources who've been campaigning in Iowa for months say that a wild card with turnout tonight could be an independent voters who are against Trump show up at caucus locations, register as Republicans night of, which they are allowed to do, and caucus for a candidate who is not Donald Trump. Look, the Iowa caucuses always have a surprise to them. That could be it. We'll have to see.
Atra, we see how bundled up you are. Hopefully you're staying warm there over tonight as well. But let me ask you this. In the last 24 hours, there have been some last-minute, high-profile endorsements. Where are they coming from, and will they make an impact in this 11th hour?
We've seen former President Trump get the endorsements of a former primary opponent, Doug Burgum, the governor of North Carolina, and a former primary opponent from 2016, Florida Senator Marco Rubio. Nikki Haley, on the other hand, got the endorsement of former governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, who, as you know, is a more moderate Republican, and about a year and a half ago, many thought would be a main player in this race. But as a candidate, of course, he did not end up running for president. What we have not seen, though, are formal endorsements from Iowa's congressional delegation. They all agreed to not make any formal endorsements, though we are seeing them go and campaign and rally with various candidates, though not yet picking a side. They want to wait till the caucuses are over to do that. As for whether it'll have an impact, we'll have to see. Iowa voters are notorious for making last-minute decisions, so they may look at some of these endorsements and it could help them make their decision. But ultimately, this is Donald Trump's race to lose. Expectations are very high, and if he comes away tonight with anything less than a 13% lead over second place, that could raise some questions about how competitive this race actually is and could make for a longer primary season.
All right, also very interesting. Atra, thank you. 9:10 now, and turning to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News has obtained surveillance video from a deadly shooting in Pigtown.
It marks the third homicide in Baltimore City this year. Now, the video shows two suspects enter a barbershop along Washington Boulevard, at which point people began scrambling and ducking for cover inside the shop. Seconds later, someone attempts to run away. We learn later that's the victim as suspects open fire and kill him. A barber inside that shop says the violence is hitting too close to home, and he hopes lawmakers can do something to get illegal guns off city streets.
How are they getting in their hands? Where are they coming from? Why are they so easy access?
In Annapolis, Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown is proposing a law to go after gun manufacturers. He plans to push for a public nuisance law holding gun makers responsible for gun crimes.
Political analyst John Dede calls that plan a distraction from the state's real gun issues.
It draws attention to the gun problem, but it doesn't solve the problem. That's an easy target to basically say, hey, we're going after this. No one's talking about, maximum sentences for carrying and things like that, and doing other penalties that would discourage gun use.
Dede says it's not likely this proposal will get any traction, and if it were to become law, it would ultimately be challenged in court. Still ahead, the legal battle brewing between Starbucks and its union workers. How the Supreme Court is now getting involved.
And flights continue to be disrupted as the FAA investigates after that Boeing jet lost its door plug mid-flight. How long the specific jets could be out of service. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Right now, we're taking a closer look at the standoff at the southern border as state officials in Texas have blocked federal authorities from accessing part of the border as a desperate situation continues to grow dire and now deadly. The Department of Homeland Security is accusing the state of Texas of blocking Border Patrol agents from saving a migrant woman and her 2 children from drowning. It occurred Friday night in the Rio Grande, just across the Shelby Park in Eagle Pass, which Texas Governor Greg Abbott seized last week in a bid to make migrant crossings difficult. Now, according to the DHS, Texas National Guardsmen denied Border Patrol agents access to that park despite receiving distress messages. Texas's military department says they found nothing in their search of the area, but later said they saw Mexican authorities responding to the situation.
Making headlines as investigators continue to try and figure out what caused a Boeing jet to lose its door plug in the middle of an Alaska Airlines flight earlier this month. United Airlines is now extending cancellations of flights using the Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes. That blackout now goes through at least Tuesday. In a statement, United says that type of aircraft won't fly until it's approved and proven to be 100% safe. The airline uses the MAX 9 for almost 200 flights a day. Now, on Friday, the Federal Aviation Administration announced it will audit the Boeing 737 MAX 9 production line and its suppliers, putting a focus on quality control. The U.S. Supreme Court says it will hear the appeal of a case involving Starbucks. In August of 2022, Starbucks was ordered by a federal judge to rehire pro-union workers in Memphis, Tennessee. It had fired those workers earlier in the year. The company said the workers were fired for serious security violations after allowing members of the media into the store after hours when they were in the midst of launching their union. But the National Labor Review Board petitioned a court saying that Starbucks wrongfully terminated the so-called Memphis 7. The coffee chain has been accused multiple times in recent years of anti-unionization efforts. Topping your consumer news, AAA says the national average price for a gallon of gas dropped 2 cents this week to $3.07 a gallon.
Well, that's 8 cents less than last month and down 19 cents compared to a year ago. AAA says while prices are trending downward, consumers in some places might not be able to count on that lasting long. Ice cold temperatures could hamper refinery production and could bring higher prices in some regions. Taking a live look over the White House this morning, where the Biden administration says it wants to eliminate remaining student debt for those enrolled in the Savings on a Valuable Education Plan, or SAVE. The SAVE plan calculates payments on income and family size, not on loan balance. Borrowers enrolled in SAVE who took out loans less than $12,000 and have been actively paying on those loans for 10 years qualify to have their remaining balance zeroed out. This could happen as early as next month. Out of the over 6 million borrowers enrolled in the SAVE plan, the Biden administration has not said who would be impacted most, but eligible groups could include community college and low-income borrowers.
Snow squalls reached across our region on a frigid Sunday afternoon, popping up from Baltimore County to Carroll County to right here in the city. In Carroll County, they actually started in the morning. You can see the high wind whipping the flakes around as many areas were seeing snowfall for the first time this year.
Oh my, let's talk about that. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at what we're expecting today. But yeah. I mean, yesterday really was a quick flash, but boy, was that snow whipping around.
Yeah, it was a burst yesterday, right? But it was during the day. We weren't quite below freezing at the surface, so it didn't stick that well. That was different this morning. You know, the burst we had this morning, it stuck on contact as we were down to 20s. And so now we have really just a few flurries here on radar. It looks more impressive than it really is. Maybe a few flakes beginning to fly, though, down here towards Clarksville and Columbia. Going to be on and off with those flakes flying today until we get in the afternoon. That's when things are going to ramp up. You see our winter weather advisory is actually up through tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The system itself will probably impact the area primarily after 4 o'clock today through as late as maybe 5 or 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. But even in the wake of the system, we'll still have some wintry conditions out there. So that's why that advisory does run through 10 a.m. tomorrow right now. This is the main area of the storm that has not yet arrived. You could call this morning the tip of the spear, really. The main system yet to come into the area, but it will be coming in as we go into the afternoon and evening hours. 26 right now, BWI visibility at 5. And just very, very cold, way below freezing. Woodlawn, Ellicott City, 23. That puts a chill down your spine. Bel Air, 25 now in the wake of that morning burst of snow there as well. So on our way to, about 30 or so on average this afternoon. We stay below freezing. We'll watch for slick areas all day, but the main snow moving in late day into tonight. And ultimately, after that round of snow comes through overnight and clears the area in the wake of the system, probably about 2 to 4 inches, depending where you are. Many spots this morning picked up anywhere from a half to 1 inch of snow already. Just to give you an idea, kind of a leading burst there. So overall, we'll continue to track that system as it comes in this afternoon and evening. Remember, you always get those 24/7 weather updates either on our Fox 45 weather app or at foxbaltimore.com.
But I can tell you right now, as you get out and about, the midday is your time to do it, because late in the afternoon, the main storm arriving, and behind the storm, much colder air will keep it on the ground. You can see things picking up around 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. We keep the snow around through about 11 o'clock, and then the back edge of the storm will still be bringing snow showers really as late as first thing tomorrow morning. After that, we should clear out pretty nicely. But even with that clearing, unlike so many times in Maryland where it snows and it kind of melts off right away, that's not going to happen this time. We've got too much Arctic air flowing into the East Coast. I mean, look at this invasion of Arctic air in the upper Midwest. We're talking way below zero. And here in Maryland, we'll be below freezing even for high temperatures the next couple of days, even only 20s on Wednesday. I will say this, our next possible snow system would be Friday. Right now, it looks like a dry setup for our Ravens playoff weekend.
All right. Well, here's a live look at what's going on the roads as of this hour after that morning storm. This is the Lynn Stoller mobile track out in Catonsville, where the snow looks to be mostly melted on the roads. They're pretty clear, but you can see where it had come through earlier today.
Well, due to icy conditions, detours are in effect for several local and city-linked bus routes. The Maryland Department of Transportation reporting those detours are affecting a handful of bus routes here. Take a look at your screen.
Well, still ahead, the war in Israel marks 100 days. Coming up, the specific action the White House is now calling for.
But first, a shooting in Baltimore County is prompting renewed calls for changes to the state's crime laws. A closer look at what is underway in session. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(924). These kids really are kangaroo kids. Wait till you see them jump. And they're hitting the road.
That's right. We're live talking with a member of the Kangaroo Kids, Jed Silverman, now with the team, and how you guys coordinate your routines. Let's see something.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Jed. We're good. So we see the guys and girls working behind you. I mean, they've been at this all morning, but that's nothing new to you all because we hear that you all practice 6 days a week.
Yes, we practice almost every day and we perfect our routines. We do freestyles and all of that.
And how long have you been with the group?
I've been jumping for about 11 years.
Oh my goodness. So you're really good at this. So Jed, what makes this so much fun? For you to have stuck through this for, practicing almost every day, 2 hours a day for 11 years, why?
There's always friends you can make and new skills you can learn. I'm always getting better and it's a great community.
It looks like it's fun. I don't know if we can do.
It really does.
And then you all teach because you start classes as young as 6. So you all help teach the new kangaroo kids coming in?
Yes, as you get into a higher level, you get to teach new jumpers, and it's really great to have new people from the community come in and learn the jumping. It's great.
And Jed, you said as you get to a higher level, are you guys preparing for a competition of some sort? Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so next month we're going to a competition in February that we're hosting, and in July there's the Nationals in Salt Lake City. So there's regional, national, and international competitions as well.
Oh, that's pretty cool, international. And then we're excited to see you guys at the Be More Healthy Expo. So that's just a month away. Jed, thank you so much.
They're jumping around.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
We've got more information on our website right now, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Happening this week, former Baltimore City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby back in federal court. Coming up, a closer look at the specific charges she's facing in this second trial.
Baltimore County Police are searching for the person or people who shot 2 15-year-olds here in Essex. Coming up, the latest in that search and the calls for change growing louder.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 9:30 is the time, and we are keeping an eye on the weather.
Absolutely. It's keeping an eye on us. It's keeping us quite busy here.
No question about it, guys. I mean, because we had that burst of light snow this morning. It wasn't the accumulation. It was the slick conditions that created the temperatures so far below freezing. And, you know, we may end up going like weather alert tonight into the day tomorrow because we do have an additional round coming in that'll be much more significant. This is very, very light snow. But we do have a winter weather advisory up this afternoon, tonight, right into the early morning hours tomorrow for the main event. And that is out here to the west. You see this snow coming down in the Tennessee Valley, all the way back through Knoxville, north into Roanoke. That will be tracking into Maryland later tonight. It's going to encounter our sub-freezing temperatures. That means it's all going to stick once again. So enjoy a midday lull in the action. If you've got to get out and about this MLK holiday, I would do it midday. Because weather begins to kind of go downhill again late this afternoon and into the night tonight. Much more on what comes after this storm tonight, straight ahead.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Developing this morning, Baltimore County Police are searching for suspects after 2 teens were shot in Essex.
This comes as frustration continues to mount surrounding juvenile crime and what some are calling a lack of action from lawmakers.
As Shannon Lilly shows us, the shooting is prompting new calls for accountability in Annapolis.
Well, thankfully, Baltimore County Police tell us those 2 teens who were shot over the weekend are expected to recover from their injuries. But meanwhile, this morning, County Police are still searching for the person or people who shot them. Right now, the age of those suspects are not known, but police dispatch described them as 2 teens in dark clothing. Take a listen.
Callers said they heard 4 gunshots in the area. The suspects are black male teenagers, all wearing black hoodies, blue jeans.
I'm still looking for the suspects. I'm not coming up with anything right now.
So those suspects, as you just heard, are still on the run after the shooting that happened at a busy intersection in Essex just before noon Sunday. People in the area who didn't want to go on camera say they had to duck for cover when shots rang out near Old Eastern and Selig Avenue. And this is just the latest incident of juvenile violence across the state. The city's first homicide victim of the year was just 16 years old, Carver High School student Noah Gibson. Now we're hearing from mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon on what she believes the #1 focus should be for lawmakers this session.
Juvenile crime and coming out with a definitive plan. We've got to get a handle of it. 2023 was totally out of control when it came to juvenile crimes. We still have to send the message that young people have to be accountable. And we have to figure out, based on the crime that's being committed, if it's very violent crime, then that has to be addressed. And you just can't let them go.
Meanwhile, the search for the suspects in this Essex shooting continues. And remember, if you have any information regarding this shooting, you are urged to call the Metro Crime Stoppers, where you can remain anonymous and you could be eligible for up to a $2,000 reward. Reporting in Essex, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Happening this week, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby will be back in federal court for her 2nd trial.
Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at the charges she's facing this round. Olivia.
That's right, Taylor and Patrice. And jury selection begins on Tuesday, and her trial this time is to defend herself on 2 counts of mortgage fraud. Now, it's possible that Marilyn Mosby and her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will testify this time. Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who is not associated with this case, says it could be difficult to prove Mosby's innocence if she doesn't take a stand. Take a listen to what he said.
It's very difficult to imagine how you could present that testimony through just Nick Mosby when it's her signature on the document, or else she'll be left exactly where she was before, and that's with no story to tell the jury. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for a jury to buy, given just her complexity as a public figure.
Mosby is accused of lying on mortgage applications surrounding her purchase of 2 vacation homes in Florida. Prosecutors say she failed to disclose a tax lien on one application and then on the other vowed not to use the new home as a rental property, but did so anyway. In court last week, both sides disagreed on whether the jury should be allowed to view Mosby's recent divorce settlement with Nick Mosby. In the settlement, Mosby allegedly takes responsibility for the couple's tax lien. But since the document was filed long after the alleged fraud took place, Assistant U.S. Attorney Aaron Zielinski told the judge that, quote, it has no bearing whatsoever on whether the defendant lied on the mortgage application, end quote. And you remember back in November, a separate jury convicted Mosby of perjury. She's expected to be sentenced following the conclusion of this second trial. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
New developments from the Live Center this morning on the war in Israel. A somber scene in Tel Aviv as Israeli residents there are marking 100 days since the initial Hamas attack. Hundreds of people calling for the release of Israeli hostages still being held in Gaza. Now, the White House says it is the right time for Israel to scale back its offensive in the Gaza Strip. Nearly 24,000 Palestinians have been killed since the start of fighting, and roughly 1,200 Israelis were killed during Hamas's attack on Israel that started the war. Most of them were civilians. Now, in Washington, D.C., thousands of protesters demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza.
Stop killing children! Stop killing children! Stop killing children!
Some demonstrators held signs reading "End the war in Gaza" and "Let Gaza live." Others criticized President Joe Biden's staunch defense of the war, as well as U.S. financial aid for the Israeli government. Among those speaking were several Palestinian Americans who spoke about the impact Israel's war is having on their families.
My family in Gaza has been killed, has been wounded, has been taken captive by occupying Israeli forces from their own homes, and has been displaced. But I'm standing here before you today to tell you and everyone in Gaza that we will never, ever give up on you.
Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin echoed those demands, calling for the release of 130 hostages still in Gaza. He says Hamas must allow organizations like the Red Cross to have access to the hostages and refugees to help them work through the immense trauma caused by the war. Look, we are tracking the next weather maker, and some of us already seeing light snow this morning, and even more is on the way. We're going to time it all out for you and talk snow totals coming up. 9:37. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:40 and trending this morning, a Towson alumni's custom jacket is going viral on social media.
And for good reason. Take a look at this. The customized Travis Kelce puffy jacket was worn by Taylor Swift at Saturday's Wild Card game. Now, Towson Alumni Relations congratulated the alumni on social media. This video you see here on your screen has been viewed more than 12 million times.
All right, the Peacock exclusive NFL playoff game between the Miami Dolphins and Kansas City Chiefs is the biggest live streamed event in history. According to Nielsen Media Research, the game reached nearly 28 million total viewers. It peaked at an average of 24.6 million viewers in the second quarter. Now, the Ravens and the rest of the NFL are still waiting for the wild card round to end. Look at these conditions here. Due to the massive snowstorm in Buffalo on Saturday, imagine playing in that. The last AFC wildcard game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Buffalo Bills had to be postponed until this afternoon. Kickoff now scheduled for 4:30 p.m. Well, still ahead, drinking a cold one for a good cause. Coming up, how a new beer is helping to support a former Ravens legacy.
And we're helping you stick to your New Year's resolutions. Coming up, some easy workouts to jumpstart your day and your week. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:44). If you had a bagel today in celebration of National Bagel Day, then it's time to burn off those carby calories with this workout. National lead trainer for Planet Fitness, Teddy Staff, is joining us with his bite-sized bagel workout to jumpstart your day.
That's right.
My eyes on the bagel, though. I'm wanting a bagel now.
I'm gonna keep it on that side because Patrice kept saying she can't wait to eat the bagel, but I'm gonna show you.
I thought that's what the segment was about.
Not at all. Not yet, at least.
Okay.
First, we got to get our bodies in motion because you know 2024 is all about that big fitness energy, and it doesn't take all day. Just a little bit of bite size. So 30 seconds per movement. The first one is a sesame seed bagel scissor jump. Okay. Sesame seed bagels. So what we do is stand with our feet about hip width apart, and then we'll just scissor our hands back and forth as we hop those feet out.
And What's the modified?
Yeah, the modification, as you can see,
I don't want to jump in my heels.
Out. That's right. And listen, Patrice always likes to wear those designer heels so she gets out of the plyometric movements, but you can always modify. Now, Patrice, the second one is a French toast bagel, right? Not a lot of people know that one. French toast bagel, forward kick to butt kicks for those hamstrings, okay? So we're going to forward kick to stretch out those hammies, right? And then after we feel a good stretch by this movement, then we'll turn it into a butt kick, which is a little bit more agility in it. There you go. She's bouncing back and forth. And the entire time we're releasing endorphins from our brain and make us feel better, right? And we're getting ready. We're getting the tongue ready for that bagel later. The next one is a poppy seed bagel, right? Squat to standing bicycle crunch. So I'm going to hold my bagels right here. I want you to imagine you got some bagels in your hand right there. All right, so you're going to squat down, lowering your hips down, keeping your heels nice and flat. Stand up, and I'm going to do an opposite knee, opposite elbow, standing bicycle. Good.
I'm just
She's
going
going
twist.
down. That's right.
There we go. I can only get my legs that far.
Show you all of the variables that you could do. The last one is probably my favorite one, as you can see. Cinnamon raisin bagel, fast feet to hop squat. So we're gonna chop it up. We're gonna make it hot, right? Patrice is getting hot with me, so we're chopping it up, and then I'm gonna hop squat, tap that ground, and I'm gonna chop it up again. The entire time I'm thinking, how do I want my bagel? Right now I'm gonna squat down, tap the ground, and listen, Patrice, we talked about it before. Is it cream cheese? Is it butter? Is it toasted? Is it not toasted? No matter what it is, bite-sized movements have a lot to do with your energy throughout the day, and a bagel just tastes so good.
They do, but if you do enough of the bagels, then you got to do a whole lot more of that working out.
It's all about balance, right? Hey, look, we eat to live, we work out to enjoy our lives, and that's what it's all about.
There we go. Can I have a bagel?
Nope.
All right, you see how you played that. Let's get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. He's got the forecast. You want to be indoors with something warm and, you know, bagel would work.
I can see totally. If you're off this MLK Day, hot bagel, hot coffee, maybe carb up for that workout later today. I get it. Hey, look, bottom line is indoor type of weather for most of us this morning because still some snow shower action. Biggest thing is the brutally cold temps are way below freezing. So that burst of snow we had earlier this morning, now what you're seeing on radar is really just flurries. But that burst we had earlier this morning was heavier than this, and that did stick. And so we do have plenty of secondary roads that are still very slippery out there. And that was just the opening salvo, okay? The main event comes later this afternoon and evening. Winter weather advisory is up through 10 a.m. Tuesday. I think the storm itself will be clear well before that, probably out of here by 6, 7 a.m. on Tuesday. But bottom line is we expect a widespread wintry type event, light accumulations, but enough to make things very slippery from New York all the way back west into Roanoke, and even heavier accumulations out in like West Virginia in the high terrain. You see the system itself, some heavier snows here, mainly in Tennessee and the valley out here to the west. This is going to continue to track northward and eastward and ultimately come into Maryland as we go into the evening hours. Still seeing some snow showers reported from Baltimore to Aberdeen to Annapolis, and these temperatures are really the other key factors. So many times in Maryland we get snow, doesn't stick very well, or it's just grassy surfaces, that kind of thing. Just the opposite this time. Because of that cold overnight freeze we had, everything's sticking. That's going to continue to be the case. Anything that falls today, because we're going to stay below freezing. Freezing mark 32 will probably not get much above 30 today. And that next round of snow coming in as the sun sets tonight and temperatures fall even further. So ultimately, probably, you know, another couple of inches tonight, 2 to 4 inch totals. Certainly going to be possible by the time the whole thing's out of here on Tuesday. And part of the reason for that, of course, is everything will not be melting as it hits. It'll be sticking. Take a look at this overall big picture map. There's that area of low pressure in the Tennessee Valley. It's tracking slowly but steadily our way. We got a little earlier burst from the leading edge of that system this morning. And then colder Arctic air coming in behind the system means, again, as things ramp up this evening, we're going to keep all snow around here. The mixed changeover line that's often in play in Maryland, I think, is going to stay down into Virginia for the most part on this storm. It's going to be all snow for Maryland. And there it is beginning to pull out as we go into early Tuesday. We'll clear things out, but it's going to be very frigid, even colder air coming in behind that storm. I mean, look at some of these numbers out there. Sure, 27 in Baltimore. It's chilly here, but we've got widespread sub-freezing temperatures from Iowa to Omaha to Detroit. We're going to catch the edge of that air. Not going to be that cold here, but much colder than average as we see several nights coming up down in the teens. High temps struggling to get out of the 20s. And by the way, one more potential winter weather maker due in on Friday. So we'll be tracking that one closely once we get through the one overnight tonight. Back to you.
Well, in support of a former Ravens legacy, This foundation is providing non-emergency medical transportation and serving up some beer. Joining us this morning, co-founder and president of Goose Flights Beer, Sammy Israel-Gaza. Here to talk about this foundation, 2 years in running now this year. Tell us a bit about what you guys do.
Right, so we are a non-emergency medical transportation foundation. I founded this foundation in honor of my father, Tony Siragusa. And essentially what we do is we charter private jets and take care of transportation needs for children, active duty military, veterans, or really anybody battling an illness who needs help with transportation.
You just mentioned this started after the passing of your father, Tony Siragusa. How does this foundation honor him particularly?
Well, it honors him because he had the biggest heart. He had a massive personality, but behind all of that, he had a massive heart and loved to help people along the way. So this is huge. Coming in and creating this beer with Pressbox Sports has been an amazing way to just honor his legacy and dive into the Maryland and Baltimore market to really make a difference in his name.
I mean, it's important to say that, you being his daughter too, really this is something you hold close as well. But you guys are making it fun. Tell us about the restaurants you guys are partnering with.
Yes. So Guilford Hall Brewery is actually the brewery that partnered with us and Pressbox Sports. But Glory Day Grill will be carrying this beer in all 7 of their locations, as well as Costa's Crab House.
Starting when?
Well, that will be starting tonight, this evening. Yes, we have an event, a launch party tonight. It'll be from 6 to 8 p.m. at Guilford Hall Brewery, which will be a lot of fun, just to kick off this beer and continue on my father's legacy in the name of a really great cause.
And we'll, of course, have that information on our website as well. But you guys do this all around the country. You're really trying to make sure his legacy reverberates across the country. Tell us a little bit about the other programs that you guys have beyond here.
Yes, so I can tell you a story about a flight that we did. Sure. We had a recipient who was battling osteosarcoma, of rare bone condition, and had to get his leg and half of his pelvis amputated. So there were only 5 doctors in the country who could perform this surgery. So he went through this surgery, and Goose Flights was able to transport him and his family after his surgery back home to Pennsylvania, where he would complete his chemotherapy.
Meaningful work. Your father would be proud.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we have a live look right now outside as we head to break. Some of us are already seeing some flakes here and there, but even more is on the way. Coming up, we'll time it all out for you and detail how long it sticks around.